definitely heard that.
All right. Get started here. As the crew of Deep Space 17 borrows, I guess, the USS Ranger and have completed their trek through some treacherous waters and made it to the Kulathian Homeworld, where they now sit at the bottom of a warm seabed at the southern region of the Kulathian Homeworld. As they get ready to start their would-be plan to rescue at least maybe 2 individuals. And we'll start you off on the bridge of the Ranger. I can find it.
Oh, you seem to be missing a dock.
I'll sit next to my niece.
So yes, what is the plan?
That's a fair question, and Arif's gonna slap his knees with his palms and say, "All right, people, I'd say gather together, but we're close enough already. What's the plan here?"
What's the goal here? Sarah, you have a interested party.
Now, Doctor, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do realize you were in engineering when I said this last. I wanted to make sure you had a thorough understanding of my own mindset and goals, and I wanted to let you know that our lives are, quite frankly, my primary concern. My secondary concern is Sarah's sister, and my third concern is the ambassador, and my fourth concern is the empress.
That's quite a trek.
Yes.
Do we know where they all are? Or any of them?
Presently, no, none of them. However, I wanted you to know that my decision-making process would be influenced by those factors. Is that something you take issue with? In
Was there a
especially
question in there, or just your statement? I'm
is
good. I'm hearing you. Yes.
okay. In which case, now that we got that out of the way, double slap on the knees with the palm. Gentlemen, ladies, we've got a plan to concoct, and, well, hopefully before we start springing a leak. Ah, yes. Okay, we're still going with that. Doctor, from what I understand, I think Garibaldi's going to be taking a look and seeing the local population from a personal view. I believe Faye's talents would, well, quite frankly, lend themselves admirably to that. While he's doing that, Vogel's going to try to ascertain where her sister is. And, well, me, I was gonna I was gonna head to my office and, well, quite frankly, watch some TV and kind of pay attention to how Kulathians interact with each other. Um, do you have a preference of any of those 3 particular avenues?
Well, first of all, we are underwater, so the pressure on the hulls is not the same as in space, FYI. So if we want to keep this here, we'll have to either enhance the structural integrity or try to make sure that this place stays intact. The additional thing is we might need to abandon ship at some point. Not that I want to, but what I'm thinking of is what do we know about Kulathian technology? Can we use one of their starships and beam from one place to another like they always do?
Interesting.
Skip the whole between space.
I don't
That's
have.
neither here nor there, but as long as we can get back safely one way or another.
Well, doctor, that might be important. It might very well be here and there, or and nothing in between. Well, why don't I'll be honest with you, I don't have an answer to your question. So why don't you, if you have an interest, pursue that question?
Actually, yeah, Garibaldi. Once you're in town, maybe you can set up like a secure channel or something to the ship, and we could try to get into their networks and get data and security information, and perhaps even schematics.
Well, I'll be honest with you, doctor. If you're gonna try to hack into their networks, I'd ask that you not be on the ship when you do it. We wouldn't want the entry tracked back to us.
Well, I would trust Garibaldi's skill, but what I would say is, at minimum, it would give us information on where the other people are.
Well,
Whether we trace back to here and give me information or not, that's even better. But
if
or
if
go
we
with you.
if we were to go that route, I'd insist that you take a shuttle, several hundred meters, uh, away from the ranger herself. But I think it still might be a wiser course of action to start and end that particular operation with the Kulathian computer as opposed to ours.
Understood.
It's it would be easier and quicker probably to use ours, doctor, but uh we're as you know, we're really not supposed to be here. So if we can keep a lower profile by taking a couple extra steps, I think it's warranted.
I'm not a field agent, but I'm willing to help out how I can.
Uh, GQ, sanity check me, will you? What I'm saying makes sense. You are a field agent.
I'm
None of
also
us.
an expert researcher, if that is interesting as well.
Well, it does. I don't know that the doctor's concern about the hull pressure is salient at the moment. We're nowhere near deep enough for that to be a concern.
That's fair.
I think we are deep behind enemy lines, and I
That's
think
for
we
sure.
need to accomplish the mission and get out. There are quite a few extra things that I would absolutely love to do if I were here by myself, and the only person I was risking was me. But that's not true.
Like what?
Oh, I very much like a line on those sensors we were told about that can detect cloaked vessels.
Hmm.
And I would like some of the information the doctor's asking about. The stats for their faster than light drives would be fantastic. But
But our first goal is getting out safely, figuring out what the patrols are. Maybe that's what you can do, Arif, while you're here. Is keep a low sensor to determine if, open areas where we could fly the ship out whenever.
I'd be happy to. And as much as I agree with your fascination on the subject, GQ, we're not going to steal any technology.
If it happened to fall in our lap, that would be a different matter. Or if we ask nicely from one of the people we're going to help. But otherwise, I think in and out, leave. Let's do it.
believe that's what I was saying.
I was agreeing.
Is that we should accomplish the mission and get in and out. I was just meant you asked me what things I would do if I was here by myself and not with y'all, and that's what I told you.
That's fair. And I may have jumped the gun with the ultimatum.
I mean, let's face it, putting myself at risk for the security of the Federation is my job.
Well, I'd say it's all of our jobs except for Faye over here.
Well, Faye needs a job.
True, but it is just a job.
So, Faye, what do you say? You want to go meet the Kulathians, and as soon as the doctor helps me hide these spots, we can go scope out the meeting place. We've got, what was it, GM? Like a day or two?
Probably a little less than 2 days.
And the Kulathians, they don't have any other, bumps on the nose or anything like that we need to simulate, do we?
Are you okay with doing this, Faye?
Before I answer that, in Faye, what'd you say, Garibaldi?
The Kulathians, they don't have like, I'm trying to remember, it's been a while since I played. The Kulathians, they don't have like bumps on the noses or head ridges or.
No, they look pretty much human.
Oh.
Their internal anatomy might be slightly different, but they look mostly human.
No. So all I need to do is hide my spots.
Yeah.
Fit.
Now, what I could do, is, depending on how well we know their sensors, is be able to maybe mask the signal so it looks like your internal organs. But you would need some sort of subdermal structure. But
Doc, you're overthinking it. I just need to hide the spots so I don't stand out.
oh, yeah, that's simple enough.
I doubt the Kulathians. At least
Yeah,
we haven't seen any evidence that they're going around doing internal scans of their citizens.
I'll walk over and begin the procedure.
That'd be
While
done
you're
in sick bay.
Is it really outpatient?
It's more like the spots run down. It doesn't. They just don't. They go from
I said
his
start.
head.
I said start.
Yeah, but they go all the way down from his head down to his.
I
toes.
know how drill work. I've seen Jadzia. Anyway, yes. So
They weren't.
I can start here, and we will continue when we're done our conversation.
Well, we'll just go down to sick bay and get it done, so I can get on the job, Doc.
Is there anything else you need me for, Arif? Sarah, how can I help you?
Just looking for places where they could be hiding my sister.
Are you going with those two, or are you going yourself? Should have a buddy. I can hold the fort. I'm good at research, Arif.
Well, I'm gonna be in my office watching TV.
How bold of you. What are you trying to learn?
I'm trying to learn specifically how the Kulathians relate to each other. So when it does come time for us to mosey on through them, we don't stick out like a sore thumb. Mannerisms that are common to the species, that type of thing, expression, slang, even.
Sure.
I'll accompany you, Lieutenant. I will be. I'll go replicate some appropriate clothing.
Very good.
All right, Lieutenant. I mean, come on.
Follow the doc down to sick bay in my sort of limping walk.
What happened to your foot?
Oh, little little design flaw in my shoe.
We have orthopedics for that. Let me.
No, it's okay. I don't think you were here that session. I've got a Garibaldi's got a hidden comm badge in the heel of one of his boots, but I rolled a complication to hide it, and the complication is that I it's like having a rock in my shoe.
Well, the way you talked about it, I thought you hurt
Yeah.
yourself.
I forgot you weren't here when you weren't here the night we did that.
No, I was down in the lab. All right. Well, I'll meet you down there. Actually, let's finish this discussion. Sarah, do you have any leads?
Fortunately, no.
Do you have a plan to proceed? Are we transporting out of here or shuttle? We'll need a pilot.
Well, we
I don't
can't
remember what we decided.
I think we need an extra cloaking device for that.
You decided you're going to use the transporters because the whole reason why you put yourself in this spot is to mask your transporter signatures. Like that was a whole 30-minute conversation thing that happened last session.
I think it was more than 30 minutes, but yeah.
Hey, Garibaldi, just a word of caution. We really don't know who Faye is. So she might take a better offer from the Kulathians if it suits her.
Oh, I got a little better idea who Faye is. You're right, she might. But
Just something I thought I'd say. Anyway, if you need me, I'll be in the med bay.
Garibaldi needs you, and so he's following you to the med bay.
Do you not have control of the little device thing, or
Huh?
the little
Well, I mean,
character icon?
there's only so much space. I didn't see much point in moving my token. But this one makes you feel better. Now
Well,
I can't see my token. Oh, if that was a bad move.
Because I threw the GM layers, you were moving it.
Oops.
Wait.
Not my day for Roll20.
Arif Vogel.
Well, that's certainly something, Arif says as he stands up and actually sitting back down. He's gonna say, Sarah, this view screen is quite large, certainly larger than the one in my office. Would it disturb you terribly if I were to throw something on here instead? And well, maybe in the back of your mind it'll help you kind of sponge in some of those mannerisms as well.
Couldn't hurt to have a little background noise. I'll put it on the view screen.
Excellent. And Arif's gonna go back to the replicator real quick, and he's gonna grab himself. Oh, let's just go with the black coffee. And do you want anything, Sarah?
I'm fine for now, sir, but don't forget the popcorn.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm gonna replicate some popcorn, and I'm gonna, you know what? Why not? I'm gonna try to key in. I'm gonna basically replicate a remote and key it into the view screen.
I mean, the remote's built into the chair, but
It's not the same. Arif was around when these things were invented, and if you can't lose the chair.
He's feeling nostalgic.
I'm gonna need let's make this a control plus engineering diff 1 task roll to replicate a remote that will work the view screen.
Alrighty. Cool. Why not? I am not gonna give you any threat, and I'm not gonna take any momentum we don't have. And just because I have to ask, team dynamics?
No.
Okay.
You got it.
I tried.
No, you got it. It's diff 1.
Excellent.
The remote appears along with coffee. Yeah, I'm assuming later on as you're pocketing everything, you replicate the popcorn and
Indeed. And I'm gonna, you know what? Why not replicate a nice little tray as well to put it all on? And as I kind of bring it back and sit back down in the chair, I'm gonna do something that I haven't done in a couple hundred years. I'm gonna aim the remote to the view screen and I'm gonna hit the power button.
the view screen turns on. All it is currently is static.
Or
I'm just
fish.
gonna chuckle and say, I remember this too. Um, uh, Arif's gonna, hmm, he's gonna, I'm gonna, I guess, search to see if there's a viable signal. This time I'll use the chair.
I'll get to that in a moment. Vogel, how are you starting your search parameters?
Vogel just stepped away.
With that, we're gonna head over, I guess, to technically it's not the right sick bay, but we'll use it.
Hey, there's my token.
Right, hop on the bed.
All right, Doc, do your thing, but I want these spots back. Make sure you remember where you found them. I want all the spots back in the same spot in the same place they were when you took them out. And he'll just pick one at random, especially this one right here. This one's sentimental.
I understand. Just hold still. Any micro movement may cause the signal to be misinterpreted. If you want your spots in place, please stand still. Sit still. All right. And he takes out the scanner and does a full. Actually, you'll have to remove your clothing. Put on a gown. Here is one right here. And then when we'll. Here.
Around saying no one but him and the doctor. He said he figures he doesn't need the robe.
All right, there you go. And then so just get on the table and we will do the scan. And he goes to the controller, does a 3-dimensional scan, including the spots, etc. Special attention to that one, and then proceeds to laser scope them out in a benign fashion.
Control medicine difficulty 2.
And great. So this will be for. Why do I have the Pioneer? Okay.
The first time the device touches Garibaldi, he's going to scream like he's in terrible pain.
Well, I said not to move. I have imaging systems as a focus. And I'll take
I would take
for
surgery as a focus.
sure. I'll do surgery then. And I'll spend a threat for a die. I want to make sure this is believable. Control medicine, difficulty 2.
Oh, Doc, that tickles.
Gain a momentum.
I there you go, sir.
Oh, hey, you got warm hands. You seen anybody?
Not yet.
Well, good. Well, oh no, you always go to that noodle place. I want to do dinner at the noodle place.
Great. You can put your clothes back on now.
That just hurts, Doc. But okay.
Well, as you wish. But my part of this surgery is complete. But I hope you're well on your mission and come back safely. And if you can get a link to the security grid somehow, and at least send a burst signal of information, that would be helpful. And hopefully you'll be able to make it back.
Well,
Do you have a security person to go with you? Is either of them certified?
it's just the four of us, Doc.
5 of us. Faye's along for the ride, I guess.
That's what I meant. I am my own security person. But thanks for your concern. It's very touching.
Thanks.
You like candlelight dinners or just walks on the beach?
I haven't really thought of it. I should take a leave sometime.
Oh,
Perhaps
vacation.
after this mission.
We just go on vacation together. I like that idea. Yeah. Officer thinking, Doc. But I gotta go to work now.
You enjoy
All
your
right.
mission.
Everybody will go find Faye on the culturally appropriate clothes she has replicated.
You have appropriate clothes. She doesn't, because she was not part of the plan. All right. Vogel, how are you wanting to start your search as Arif is channel surfing?
If I'm getting nothing from the one way I suggested, I'm just gonna try to
Well, I'm just asking, which way are you trying for? How are you trying it? Like, how are you doing this?
so I'm just gonna look at like any scans we took or maps and try to maybe narrow down possible sites that they might keep her, maybe like a secret research lab or like a military base or something.
Okay, give me insight plus, if you're reviewing it, actually insight or reason plus con, and I'll let the computers on the ranger can assist you with computers plus con, to sort of go over some of the data, like the maps and stuff, to figure out possible locations of where she could be at.
Difficulty.
Difficulty is going to be 1.
All right, I'll give you a threat. I don't
So-
think I have a focus unless you'll take stellar cartography.
That'd be the other cartography, but
Yeah.
the other one.
I was just seeing if maybe they overlapped.
Unfortunately, ones with the stars, ones on surfaces. Sorry.
Let's try to see how wide a net I could cast. Oh yeah, 1 threat. Ship assist.
Yes, computers con.
Someone wants to grab ship.
Hold on. Computer con. Oh, con. What's
I
that?
think con's pretty good on this ship.
Hey,
So good, I'm gonna re-roll mine with technical expertise. I'm going fishing.
Four momentum gains. I'm slowly crying right now. The lack of complications generated.
Worth it. I'll give you a threat for 4 momentum. I'll take that trade all day.
As you go through sort of the readings that the sensors picked up on your essentially entry and what you've been given, there are several areas around the mega city, approximately 14 to precise. These could either that are heavily shielded. These could either be military installations or research laboratories, but it is not exactly clear, and they're sort of spread out among the districts.
Sorry, say that again.
They're spread out among what appears to be districts. I will give this to you as sort of like your free question. From what you can tell, the city is divided up into 16 different districts. The way like it's all laid out.
So there's no nothing that looks like it might be like a military base or like a secret research thing, maybe outside of the city.
Nothing outside the city. All of the like shielded areas are within the city. They could either be like a secret lab or a military installation. Like the shielding grade level is equivalent enough that you would think these are ones that the Kulathians would want to keep protected or hidden from, scanners.
Okay. So I'll just take those sites with the shielding, I think you said, and I'll just categorize them as possible holding locations.
Anything else?
I think I just need more info to go on before I could really do my search. Because besides scanning for life signs, I don't think I have much else to go off of.
All right. Apologies, I'm just setting up the next scene theater line briefly. I realize that there's this giant map in the way. Come back to you on Arif next scene, but we'll head over to Garibaldi and Faye.
did I hear next as a new scene?
Not yet.
What?
Still in the other scene. Apparently, I did not copy all of my crude drawings. Yeah, you meet up close to the transporter room, where Faye kind of stands ready in It appears to be a simple like dress and a handbag.
Ah, good, you're ready, Faye.
Yes, yes, I am. Unfortunately, there's no ID tag for me.
Oh. That can be complicated. That may require a change of plans.
Well, let's just not try and get caught.
Well, you don't try to get caught. I have an ID tag.
Which I fully expect you to shield me in case the worst thing happens.
You make her look like the doc. He's not using his. Well, let's give it a shot and see how it goes, Faye. If it looks like it's not going to work, we can always send you back to the ship.
Is Dr. Matson gonna beam us over?
It's probably a good idea. It'd be probably better with the transporters on here. Garibaldi, click this combat. Garibaldi, the mountain.
Go for mountain.
Hey, Doc. You want to come play transporter chief for a minute?
Sure. I'll be there literally in a moment. And he's there literally in a moment.
It is a small ship.
Exactly.
All right, Doc. See if you can find us an alley or someplace not populated near the meeting site. The shorter distance we need to travel once we get there, the better.
Vogel, have you done a scan of the area? Or is that in the computers already?
There is a map of that general area in the computer already.
Oh, it looks like she already got this one. All right. How does this spot look? Does that look like a good spot? Where's your meeting spot? Maybe that would be helpful. I can get you anywhere. I just need to know where you want to be.
All right. Well, Garibaldi, like over, man, can we scan the area around the meeting site for life signs and kind of match it up to the map we have? See if we can locate a suitable beaming site.
Well, this is what data I have. This is a mountain to Vogel. Don't even mean to interrupt your search.
What do you need, Duck?
We need a scan of the meeting site area. Garibaldi needs it. Quinix needs it for his landing site to determine where we're going to beam him to. We're about to leave the ship, or they are.
Out of game, don't we already have that?
You already know where the meeting spot's at. It is a vacant temple. If you're wanting to beam outside the temple, that's easily possible. It's just the problem is if you do any scans, you run the risk of being detected.
Wow. Well,
Yeah, that's why we're scanning silent this entire time.
all right. Well,
Outside the building, so you're not inside the wall.
Yeah. The,
Or
the temple's supposed to be vacant, Doc. Put me inside. Put us inside of it.
How about you're in the largest open area? How about that?
Well, I don't want to go into a wall.
That's
That
why I
seems
said
unpleasant.
Well,
open.
the transporters still use the sensor systems. The reason we moved,
Removed what?
if that makes sense.
I only heard till removed.
The who?
You said the word removed at the end of your or part of a sentence.
Did I
That's
say
why
that?
that's why we moved.
Oh, that's
to
why we
censor.
moved to this exact location, was because because transporters still use sensors, and the hope is moving where we did, our signal would get lost in the other ones.
Can you choose a suitable candidate of the data you know of where to
Like, Doc, we
drop?
did this last session, the one you missed. Like, we already did.
Great. And Garibaldi's telling me to do it, so I'm trying to get that information. So thank you. And
I'm
I press.
I'm doing this
just,
I'm doing this out of game just to catch you up. By the by, I'm not in character.
That's fair. I'm just trying to do what he asked me to do. If he already knew that you had the information, he could have said, "Just put me here," and I could have
I
gone
had
from there.
forgotten. That's my bad, Doc.
And we know the exact location, so I used the beamer to initiate the transport when the two are on board.
Okay. It's going to be a control plus engineering difficulty of 1, assisted by the Ranger sensors plus engineering.
All right. Well, we have plenty of momentum, so I'll take one of those. I have no focus. And assist by the ship.
Oh, did you already roll?
Yeah.
Was that the damage I take from the wall?
No, it is something else.
How many people have congregated here? Seems to have taken.
So I will. So you definitely beam away, but I'm going to inform all of you that currently there is potentially a potential consequence each time you use the transporter.
Great. Consequent happened, apparently, or not. We don't know yet.
I knew we should have stole the Klingon transporter as well.
Oh, from the GM's side. Is that what you're doing, Prax?
Yes, essentially, I have a secret my side extended task, but every time you roll a transporter roll, I roll a number of challenge dice, and whatever I get goes towards the stress track. And there is a set number of essentially setbacks that could potentially happen. But yes, you are whisked away.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen this mechanic can use.
It's an interesting one. I wanted to give it a try. With that, though, we will move to the next scene.
Oh, did we pick up any momentum from mountain?
And we're at 6.
So
I spent
5.
1. Yeah, well, I spent 1, and then it's on 4.
Doctor, let me finish. You gain 2. You had a bonus. We changed scenes, so you're still at 5.
Cool.
Okay.
Change your scene.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on back over at the bridge of the Ranger as Arif, as you stumble onto a news station as you're channel surfing.
Well, that's unfortunate, but I'll stick around on the news and see what's up.
In other news, the hunt for Princess Alenia continues. More details tonight.
Oh, well, indeed it does. Hey, Sarah, look at that. Looks like, well, I'll be honest, I don't think we're gonna get any good tidbits on where the Empress is, but from the news, but it seems like it's definitely created some hubbub.
Well, at the very least, we know she's not captured yet.
Or that we're uh it's not some sort of vast secret.
Well, if they're trying to perform a coup, I think her whereabouts would be front and center. I wouldn't be surprised if Garibaldi in the city doesn't see wanted posters everywhere.
That's certainly a good point, but good waste of trees if you ask me. What do you think? Should I see whether or not this program continues to enlighten us or skip the channel?
We definitely need more information. With us not being able to use the sensors without being detected, I think you're flipping the television stations is probably one of the best ways we can get information.
That's fair. Then I'll continue to do so. Hey, what time is it?
I'll check the ship's clock. Brain farting, what they would call it.
Midday.
Okay, so we have time yet for this story to come on. So I'm gonna flip the channels looking primarily for three things. News, actually four things. News, sports, soap operas, and commercials.
All right.
Probably
Um,
put commercials second.
as you kind of flipping with the news, they mainly talk about the weather in one of the districts. Let's go district 14. Currently they are the weather system's malfunctioning, so they have extended rainfall.
Oh, interesting. Hey Sarah, if we have time on the way out, their weather system seems to be malfunctioning. It might just be a simple coding error. Maybe we could take a quick look into it. And fix it on the way out as a symbolic apology for slipping in here in the first place.
You want to thank them by fixing a dysfunctional weather control device?
Oh, that's something to do while I kind of rummage around the commercials. I could take a quick look at it.
If what they're doing to my sister, if they think they're doing to my sister what I think they are, sir, they don't deserve any other help from us.
With all due respect, Sarah, that's the emperor that usurped the throne, not the Kulathian people, and not this empress that we're trying to, uh, save to lead her people. I'd say most of the Kulathians are quite quite blame free in this one.
Perhaps.
Well, but I do agree. Your sister is paramount to the weather survey, so um, definitely no reason for you to draw your resources off of that search. I'll take up the weather satellite as a little project.
I mean, maybe you could just give them a how-to guide on how to fix it and just leave it behind.
You know what? That's or I could just simply pass it to the ambassador. A good idea. Um, I think I'll actually make use of that, but I have to fix it first.
I mean, on Earth, there's a whole plethora of different weather control satellites and devices. I'm sure one of them is probably similar to this one.
Well, I will endeavor to find out. After all, as interesting as these commercials are, I'll be honest with you, they really make me want to go out and buy some stuff.
Breaking news. Local fishermen have been rescued successfully after the fishing trawler tumbled into the ocean of an unmistaken great whale that passed through the region. Other local fishermen respond with potential hunt is on.
Well, that's interesting. Sarah, what do you think you can do about maybe, sliding us a couple dozen kilometers to the west or to the left?
Give me insight on diff one, both of you.
I'll roll this straight up. This wouldn't be a Helm Ops or anything, would it?
No, you're not actively controlling the helm. It's more of remembering where you were at. Gain a momentum. You're several hundreds of hundreds of kilometers away from where you entered at. The depiction where they put on the map is near where you came in at and traveled through.
Okay. So relatively safe from the great whale hunt.
I mean, I didn't notice any large sea creatures lurking about.
Actually, can we run a passive scan for large sea creatures?
No.
Hmm. I mean, I didn't happen to see them either, but are you thinking that this could be some sort of bogus report?
That or maybe they saw us under there and mistook it for a large whale.
The news report was explicit that they were just cleared a rescue mission as the boat capsized.
Uh, is there any way to find out or know whether or not our moving through the water capsized that boat?
You can go to the logs.
I'm gonna go to the logs.
Uh, reason or insight plus engineering or con diff 1.
I am gonna go reason and engineering, and I would like to use 1 momentum, please. Um,
We got full momentum if you need it.
You're at 5. You wish to quash.
yeah, please.
Although this would be a good time to take the complication. It's not really bad.
I'm. It's. I don't know. If we capsize the boat, then I think it's pretty bad. Yeah, I don't want. I don't want fuzziness in this one. Let's kill it.
Sensors indicated that the ship tugged on for a few moments of a steel cable.
Our ship did.
Yes.
Okay, so we capsized the boat. Did the report say if anyone had perished?
They said all people were rescued.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the log and I'm gonna pull it up on the main screen and point out the cable and say it yeah, it looks like one way or another we're the reason that the boat capsized. If they thought it was a giant whale, then that's pretty lucky for us. I might try to figure out whether or not that type of creature even exists. But in the future, next time, let's be extra careful. Nobody died this time around, but I wouldn't want to be responsible for uh, one of the innocent Kulathians to come to harm.
What's next, Vogel, for your search?
Just send you something. Like I said, I'm kind of hamstringed without using sensors. So I guess the only thing I got is look at the information packets we got and see if there could be any mention of anywhere they might stick somebody.
Reason or insight, difficulty 1. Yeah, reason or insight plus con difficulty 1.
Take a threat. Ship assist at all or no?
Computers. Con.
I believe that would be full again.
Gain 3. Your best guess is looking at it like the way from what you've gained, District 2 might be the ideal location. But it's uncertain. That is a location for a lot of like the Kulathian Military Academy and other academics. So if they're doing any research, it could be there. It's also the district that is the most heavily shielded.
Does our database or whatever I used have any special mention about that site?
It does not. A lot of the information you gained, though, did come from a Kulathian. So
That's probably going to be our best bet as any. How far or close, or how far is it from the meeting spot?
It's the adjacent district to what the meeting spot's at. However, this particular district is fairly large. Think of it, it's probably the size of a small state
Ouch.
or a small country.
So there's no walking to it.
You could walk through it or take, their assumed public transportation. It's just, it's a big area to cover.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I got.
Anything else?
Not for me at the moment.
Doctor, what are you up to? You just beamed them over.
Oh, it looks like he had to step away for a moment.
Oh, he's BRB. In that case, we will hop over to the location where I apologize. It might become a lag fest for some.
Ooh, pretty map. With dynamic lighting.
Yeah, I need to put all players.
Yeah, I was about to say there's stuff on the screen.
Yes, there's stuff on the screen.
Nice.
Well, as we rematerialize, the first thing Garibaldi wants to do is look around to make sure that there isn't anybody unexpected here. As in anybody.
Right. Yeah, tricorder scan. So this is going to be a reason plus science or medicine diff 2. And Faye will assist.
I'm gonna since we're capped, I'm gonna spend a momentum for a third die. Come on, Faye.
Oh, she was so close.
I don't have a reroll, so
Currently you're not detecting any life signs at all. But you do see like moss and trees.
Garibaldi looks down and shakes his tricorder. Huh. Guess we'll do this the old-fashioned way. And
she goes, "It could be the materials made out of this structure is."
Well, let's do it with our eyeballs and let's clear the building. Probably say head this direction. I'm just gonna walk slowly around to clear the building, make sure there's no one in the building, and identify exits, windows.
This is a ledge here, just so you know.
Okay, I see little stairs.
Yeah, there are stairs. I didn't put blockers there because you would obviously see above it.
Okay. Windows, doors as he's walking around.
There does not appear to be any windows, except There is a little light coming from the ceiling. It's almost as if part of it's collapsed in.
Okay, we're just gonna look up and check the ceiling. Um, is it gonna get wet in here when it rains?
Yes. Appears this structure is in dire need of repair.
Huh. Is this structure here I'm looking at? Is this some sort of ruined altar of some sort,
Uh,
or is
it
that the stairs out?
it appears to be an altar of some kind, displaying a picture of a humanoid female.
I'm gonna just use my tricorder to get it to capture an image of it, so we can study it later. But he might. But Garibaldi's gonna be doing that as he walks around, getting images of this of the temple. Never know what might come in handy later for the anthropologists.
Perfect location to have a secret meeting.
Yeah, all too perfect, but as he's walking around, I'm not seeing any other tokens. So I'm assuming he doesn't see any other peoples. Um, eek. Now this is to another chamber. Kind of Garibaldi's kind of moving slowly and quietly, just in case.
Are you actively sneaking?
Sneaking is a strong word. He's not making. He's trying to go silently.
Control security. You set the difficulty.
I was just set difficulty to infiltration of the focus,
Yes.
and I'll give you a threat so I can activate bold just in case. Ooh, there's well, I'm glad I did that. Apparently, I stepped on a rock.
Uh, considering Faye would just follow your lead, and you're not really being sneaky, as you kind of do the movements, but she just kind of looking at you, kind of like puzzled, like you're not being very quiet.
You're right. I'm not. Not my day. Garibaldi stops for a second. He doesn't get shot. Fortunately. And since he's making noise, does he hear the scurry of little feet like whatever this planet's version of a rat is?
There's no
Or
rodents. You see several insects though.
do they scurry in the light? That's what's important.
They do.
Ooh. This looks like the ruin. This looks to me like the ruins of a fountain. Is that what I'm saying?
Yes.
Seems kind of odd that these people would abandon their temple unless they've moved beyond such things.
Unless their deity they worshipped fell out of grace.
Perhaps not seeing or hearing anybody. Um,
As you get closer down this way, you do hear the noise of like traffic, or well, sort of echoing or in the distance, like busy noises.
does it sound like it's coming from outside the building, like on a street or something?
Yeah, like it seems like it's coming from that direction.
All right, let's have a look. Any windows as we get up here? Doors?
Yes. You can sort of see outside. There's a set of stairs that go sort of down like a hillside, and you see essentially a bustling like industry, but it kind of looks more run down, like rusted, and but it seems a fair amount of people are walking.
Okay. Does this strike me as like the main entrance?
Yes.
I doubt our guests are coming in through the front door. Out of curiosity, are the doors like chained or anything like that?
No.
And we'll test the doors when they get dark. I don't want to have anyone see me opening a door or rattling a door. Let's clear the rest of the building. Left or right, Faye? Right? Okay, we'll go right. And then he goes
Sure.
left. Security sweep the hard way. What's this little room look like?
Appears to just be an abandoned room.
No furniture left over, or anything like that?
No, no furniture left over.
Out of curiosity, compared to images of the city that we've seen before, does this look like trying to word this question? Compared to what we know of the city, does this look like it might be like a super old temple? Uh, kind of like the cathedrals of Rome kind of thing, or
Inside science difficulty 2.
definitely no focus there. No, I'll spend a momentum since I've got it. And I lost the momentum in the dark. There we go.
You definitely think this, judging by how old everything is in here, like the structure wise, well, it was potentially preserved for, probably centuries, if not, millennia. It probably maybe predates some of the Kulathian, the empire itself. Probably built in a very earlier time, potentially during like their classical era or before.
Okay, are the walls and whatnot decorated with like mosaics or the old felt?
Yes, but they're faded. Like they stopped preserving this area, and it's shown. Like it's starting to see, like it's starting to show, like the age of time is catching up to it.
Like everybody's still going to keep a video record.
Go back. You give me insight security difficulty of 3.
Whew. I'll give you a threat and 2 momentum here, which I lost in the darkness.
I'm deleting it for you. Don't worry.
I'm not seeing a focus unless infiltration is going to apply.
Structure engineering,
Oh,
or
yeah.
something along those veins.
No, we're just going to roll. Oh, I got the 3.
You notice that right here, there's a little bit of a light spill coming from the floor. Like light is peering through.
Oh, wow. Um, Is there anything that looks like a loose tile or
For
something that's ghostly obvious as a handle?
uh for momentum.
I'll give it to you. All that momentum that Sarah put together.
Along this wall here, you see what looks like a brick that's oddly shaped. As you press it in, the walls start, or it kind of starts to rattle. Unfortunately, I made a mistake when I drew the map, but it does reveal that there is a secret passageway. I will sort of drag your token.
Oh ho! And it goes to the edge of the map.
Assuming you follow the tunnel all the way through, it goes to an area that's outside, like a small cliff face, sort of wooded and everything else.
All right, you said cliff face. I mean, does the open under the like open into a steep drop into the nothing, or
No, it's more like it is a cliff face. You walk outside, like there's trees and stuff. You see the city. Looks like more like a park area, and you do see that there's a path down into the sort of the park.
interesting? From the outside, is it like decently concealed,
For
or
the
is it
most
one of
part,
the,
yeah.
well, then Garibaldi doesn't want to disturb that. This looks like a good way, a good egress, or a good entrance for our guests. Um, people around? Do I hear the sounds of peoples?
No.
Um,
Do you head back inside?
yeah. If I manipulate the brick, will the wall close back up?
Yes.
How much noise did that make?
Fair amount.
We'll keep. Everybody will make a mental note of that. That while he's in here, he will keep an ear out for that sound. Any windows, doors, things like that around here?
It's actually, this whole area seems like it's open, or well, like parts of it carved out above. You can hear the hums of birds.
Okay. Interesting. Like a walled garden or something? Or used to be?
Perhaps.
A pretty map. Did you make it or steal it? I mean,
I got
a
it for free.
reappropriate.
I it's part of the. I got it for free from the pro package.
Ah. Well, you did a good job picking a nice looking map. Coolness. Man, I should have brought some devices with me. Yeah, it's Garibaldi not thinking ahead. I need a Q branch to tell me what I need. He's already a spy in the vein of James Bond. You know, get captured, let the enemy tell him all of his plans and escape kind of guy. We're a spy in Starfleet. Well, just Garibaldi's just kind of speaking out loud, but since he's got someone to bounce ideas, obviously, well, so far, other than that, this seems like a fairly secure enough space.
It's probably why it's chosen for this meeting spot.
Reasonable assumption. Since this echoes the same. That's echoes not the right word. Since this side of the building is similar to the other one, everybody's going to look to see if there's a similar secret doohickey on this side.
Insight security, difficulty 1 since you know what you're looking for, but is still obscured.
Now, give you a threat so I can activate bold. You did let me have infiltration on the last roll, right?
No.
Okay. Oh, I will re-roll that. There's why I gave you the bold.
2 momentum gained. And yes, there is a similar brick that is sort of out of place.
All right, let's. You know what? I'm going to clear the rest. Look at Faye. So let's clear the rest of the building and then come back and see where this goes. Anything sticking out, standing out to Garibaldi, or does this look pretty much like the other side?
It looks pretty much like the other side.
Pretty good.
Lieutenant, over here.
Where'd you go, Faye?
Up top. Over. Her call is over on this side.
Ah. What do you say?
And she presses a little button and the wall goes in. Appears to be a
What?
secret passage.
I'm beginning to like whoever put this building together more and more. Let's go have a look.
The GMQ thanks you.
Garibaldi's going to take a moment to stop and just kind of listen, see if there's any non-insecty sounds.
Inside security.
All right. Difficulty?
Hold on. I forgot I need to roll for this. It's a post. So inside security.
Let me give you a threat so I can activate my bold. And I'm going to reroll one.
I'll spend that back.
Fair
Obviously, these things are probably not that. Gain a momentum. Surprised it actually did that well. As you look up on this crowded wall, if you can see it, might have tinted better. You see a giant spider dangling from the city, looking like it's ready to devour you.
Define giant.
3 feet,
All
size of a small dog.
right, so D&D spider.
Yes, D&D spider.
I think we're deep enough in the building. Oh, what the heck? I'm gonna phaser the D&D spider.
Control security. I actually set this up right. Okay. Difficulty 3 because it's in close range.
Oh yeah. Can I back? If I back up to here, will the range be better?
Let me double check. I was actually using some of the alternate rules for range category. So
I
put
did
that
a
right
bat.
down. You say you need a bat lift?
That's what it said. Yeah. But tonight I'm not playing a murder hobo, so. But it's a big spider, and Trill don't do well with things like insect bites.
This is true. You have to be beyond beyond 10 meters.
I don't think that. I don't think I.
6
I'm
meters.
all right. Then,
So it's an increased difficulty of 1.
2. I'm gonna give you 2 momentum and spend a threat. I keep dropping those in the darkness. We don't have a focus, so I'm gonna re-roll that.
Roll
Oh, I got
damage.
it.
Um,
Zap.
8. Yeah, it curls up and you hear this little hiss as it shrivels up and dies.
Garibaldi looked sheepishly back at Faye. I don't like insects.
That's the first one I saw, and it's hideous.
Yes, well,
Literally, she's been in like environmentally sealed closures her whole life.
it's just Garibaldi looks back and says, "Well, the good news is that bad news. Trill don't do insects well." Garibaldi will bravely, slowly, quietly move forward and look at ceilings and things, looking for more D&D spiders.
You only saw the one.
He just want to get a nice scan of the body in case Mountain or someone would be interested in it.
If you're not studying, so control science or medicine, difficulty of 1 to get the scan.
I'll just roll it flat and see how he does. There you go. Step over the spider body. Oh, that's interesting. Is there an obvious switch or doohickey on this side of the building? On this side of the wall?
Insight plus security diff 1.
I'll just roll flat. Oh,
Gain a momentum.
good catch. Lots of different ways to run away in this building. Unfortunately, there are also lots of different ways for Kulathian security to sneak up on us.
Well, let's just hope they don't know about it.
Let's see where this passage goes. When we get back, don't forget to let's not forget to close those doors that we found. So we'll follow this to its terminus and see where it goes.
Oddly enough, it goes through and you see it comes out almost similarly. You kind of enter a cave system, and as you sort of follow the cave system, avoiding the giant spiders that are inside, the opening opens up to a essentially you see a river, and then some trees, and then a giant wall, a little bit pushed back, like metal structured wall, um, on the other side.
Interesting. Okay, we'll go back into the temple. He doesn't like this side. There's spiders. I didn't want to. I'd have ideas if I didn't. Man, I should have thought ahead and brought some stuff. I really don't want to risk our presence. I'm going to go back to those front doors that I can see out into the street, and set up and kind of watch, as long as I think I can do it without being observed or noticed. It's going to watch the traffic for a while, keep an eye out for technology.
Yeah,
Watch.
we'll come back to that next scene as we're gonna head back over to the ship. Because I imagine that took you quite a while to scan
Yeah.
and map everything out. So
Fair enough.
meanwhile, Vogel, as you're sort of deep in study, Commander Arif, you flip through the channels and you see appears to be a TV show. And or strangely enough, considering everything's in color, this one is in black and white, yet appears to be in a more
Oh,
the tech is all there, like from what you can see. The clothing is very formal. I'm not supposed to say formal attire. Think more like 1950s attire.
okay. So I'm definitely going to stick on this one because I found what the classy people watch, or at least pretend to.
As the show starts, it is all in the Kulathian family. And as you start watching it, you see it appears to be a man dressed in like a sort of very formal military like suit, similar to one that you saw the ambassador wear. And appears, a wife in a nice dress and a little, they have like a little son, and I think the show is, I wouldn't say more like similar to maybe Dick Van Dyke or Leave It to Beaver fashion.
Boy, Kulathian Comfort TV.
But I need you to make a Control plus Command difficulty of 3.
Difficulty of 3. Okay.
Yes,
Have I a focus?
I will look real quick. I'm going to say no.
Okay. You know what? I saw all those red dots and I would like to be nice and help you replenish. So why don't you take 2 threat and I'll use a momentum?
Does the roll stand?
Um, I should ask, does my Elorian trait, the listener trait, have the inter actually no it wouldn't. Um,
No. Um, yeah, unfortunately, your stuff doesn't apply.
I think the roll stands. Unless I can't somehow have an assist, can I?
No, there is no assist on this.
That's fair. Uh, yeah, I don't. I, it's
As you are watching, enjoying the TV, or well, I want to say TV, the show on the view screen, uh, unaware as you find yourself in a room. Looks like a normal bedroom. Everything's in black and white, including yourself. And as you're sort of walking into the living room, uh, a woman in a nice dress goes, "Oh, breakfast is ready, dear. How would you like your starlight eggs?"
ah. Why, thank you, Nancy, Arif will say with a big old grin and say, after, for sure, as you know, I'm gonna be slaving away at work today, and there's nothing like a balanced breakfast to get me the fuel that I need to start it. Um, so, as Arif sits down to the eggs, says, please tell me, uh, how
What, dear?
well, I'll be honest with you, I seem to be a little not myself. Still with the big grin.
That's quite all right, sweetheart. Yeah. And she brings you the plate of eggs, looks like some bread, and a drink similar to appears to black, almost maybe like a coffee of some kind.
Um, I'm gonna hold off on eating it for the moment and drinking for the moment, and I'm gonna say, listen, honey, uh, I'll be honest with you. I entered the room with a full head of steam and then the knowledge to know exactly what I was doing, but as I sit down, well, this seems to be a sticky wicket, but I seem to have forgotten my name.
Oh, it's so like you, Dannon. You are such, a hard worker. So glad you took the day off to rest.
Well, me too. And after all, uh, I think it should be lucky that I haven't forgotten your name. And, well, I Was I involved in some sort of accident?
The doctor said you need to take the day off. You've been pushing yourself way too hard. Plus, today's a special occasion.
I love special
She
occasions. Please
smiles
help.
and walks back into the kitchen.
Oh, I'll eagerly follow.
Sweetie, please sit down and enjoy your breakfast.
Don't want to. Want to see what's in the kitchen.
More food.
Well, then let us bring it out together.
Well, that
Teamwork.
just wouldn't be proper.
No, it wouldn't. But you know what? We are in our private home and private dwelling. And as the man of the house, I decided that today, for our special day, we will do everything as a team.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you.
Of course
And
it is.
she kind of grabs, her plate with a similar breakfast of yours and proceeds to head over towards the table.
I'll be right back, honey. I'm just gonna get a little bit more water and I'm gonna try to walk into the kitchen.
Yeah, you walk into the kitchen. You know exactly where the cupboard's at for the cups.
That's interesting. Okay, so Arif's gonna with the with the with the moment of private time, I'm gonna like give myself a deep think. And does this kind of I should say, do I remember being Arif?
You remember being a loyal patriot to the Kulathian Empire.
Oh, okay. And in that case, I suppose, I do just have to ask, is there any sort of like Nexus type interference that am I completely brainwashed?
Far as you're aware, you are Arif, a loyal servant of the Empire with your lovely wife, and you have a son.
Okay, then. Um, you know what? I think it's best to go check on him.
I'm assuming you have your glass of water in hand.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna get a second glass of water for him. Hydration is important.
As you exit the kitchen, your lovely wife stops. She's like, well, honey, aren't you
Yeah?
going to continue your breakfast?
Oh, of course, dear. I just wanted to check in on Buster and make sure that um he was well hydrated. You know how I feel about hydration, baby.
Oh, he left early this morning. He's going to the camp.
Oh, I'm gonna hit my forehead to my palm. Is that today?
It is indeed, sweetheart.
Well, golly me. Then I guess there's nothing to do but sit down and eat breakfast with you. And Arif will sit down and eat breakfast.
And she gives you a warm smile as we're gonna go back over to with on the bridge. Any more progress, Vogel? Do you wish to make before I ask the doctor? Assuming the doctor is still here. All right, okay.
No, you could probably head to the dock.
All right, doctor, what are you up to?
Have I received any information from clinics at all?
No, not yet.
Okay. I guess I'll go up to the bridge and see what the status is.
All right, you head up to the bridge. Vogel's busy looking at the console. Arif is staring at the view screen.
What is he watching?
Appears to be some show in black and white. Do you watch it?
Nah, whatever. Vogel, how's it going over there?
Slowly.
Any word? How long have they been out there?
Probably a few hours, right?
About a couple hours.
Yeah, they've been gone a few hours.
Are there supposed to be some sort of check-in time or something? Or?
They've been
Arif,
following standard away team protocol, I would assume, right?
Probably, yeah. What is
Yeah,
that time?
mandatory is 16 hours.
All right, so they got plenty of time. Oh man, do you need any help looking around?
It's not much to go on.
Okay, well maybe we can talk it through. What did you last know about your sister's situation?
All I know is I think she got captured.
What was she doing? Where was she?
Looked to be being experimented on.
She was captured for genetic research or whatnot.
Hard to say.
Wow.
Only happened in the flesh.
Okay. Is there something about you and your sister that has some sort of strange properties that they might be interested in? I mean, your scans are normal. But what I'm thinking is maybe you might be also in danger if they find out about you.
I'm less concerned about that.
Well, yes. I mean, finding her first is more important, but not being discovered is helpful too.
No, it's just difficult without scanners.
Well, let's see. Is there a way to maybe carry a signal on top of maybe these television signals to get like where it's coming from? Maybe we can get onto an electric grid or something. Maybe the surveillance cameras, something that we could like just keep an eye out the areas. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of planet here, so
Yeah, I think I narrowed our search down to this one particular province, but
oh, good. All right. Well, a province is bigger or smaller than a planet, I guess. Do you have any information about population locations? I mean,
it's just whatever was given to us by our mysterious benefactor.
do we know who that is?
I think it was the major, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was Major Jula.
Major.
But this information could be weeks, months out of date.
Totally, yeah. But
I'm just working on best guesses, nothing concrete.
So if they are going to do that, they would probably need some sort of science facility or medical facility. So what are maybe some of the major? Do we have information? Oh, we don't have information like that. Is there a way we could look up? I wish we had that link. Arif, do you know if there's a way to maybe use a television signal? I'm not sure if that's your expertise or not, but
He's unresponsive. He seems like he's fixated and glued to whatever is on the view screen.
I look at it for a second. It's not that interesting. It's not even in color. Arif? Commander? I poke his shoulder.
No response.
Typical hands in front of eyes. Just wave my
Nope.
hand across.
Nothing happens.
Sarah, can you turn off that television? Looks like Arif's transfixed or something.
Yeah, let me go ahead and.
Wait, hold on. Let me do a scan first. See if he's.
I was to say that should probably be done first.
Hold on. I got an idea. So I scanned him to make sure his brainwaves are still in there.
Reason plus medicine, difficulty 2.
For you, Arif, I'll spend that last momentum. Imaging systems, or I don't know if it's an emergency. Emergency
this
medicine?
is more neural stuff.
Genetics?
No, it's more neural activity.
Okay. I have experimental as well, but
This would not count as experimental technology.
I
Do
should
not
need to
work-
change that one to like xenotechnology or something weird. Anyway, okay, then I won't have one.
Get the momentum back.
I'm gonna fish for reroll that 0. Ooh.
You had cautious engineering or something?
Oh no, it's supposed to be medicine anyway.
It's medicine.
Oh, okay.
And so medicine's even better.
3 momentum. I'll just say because I don't feel like typing it out. But yeah, your brainwave scans like he physiologically he's perfectly fine, though his brain activity is sort of like in more like he's in a REM stage. Like he's having he's dreaming while he's awake.
He seems to be in sort of a dream state, connected to this screen. Can I spend a momentum to gain him to obtain information?
Depends on the information.
The question is what would be the effect if the screen was turned off to his brainwave pattern and stuff?
I might say right now, you don't know what the response is going to be. You don't have to spend the momentum on that.
Okay.
So, like, I can't answer that.
All right. Fine. It is related, but I couldn't know that. All right. What can I do to figure out? Let's see. So you said his brain pattern is that in a dream state. Can I try to wake him up? Can I imagine what the effect would be on a person in a dream state to wake them up?
Well, theoretically, you could give someone a stimulant that could come out of REM.
All right.
That would be a momentum spend, by the way.
Sure. And I get one more question to the studious. Anybody have a question or thought that I could figure out for Arif, except for Arif, I guess. So basically, he's examining his eyes, and it doesn't seem like blocking his vision. Can I determine the frequency at which he is currently engrossed in? Like, is there a predominant frequency or some sort of carrier wave or something like that that might be between them and the screen? Or is the signal?
I mean, the transmissions through subspace. So whatever is being displayed on the screen would not be in waveform.
It would be in subspace form.
Well, no. Whatever is through him into REM is either A, he is just asleep and dreaming, or it's something else.
So there's some subspace signal that may be associated with this device, this TV experience. Is that what I hear?
All I'm saying is Arif is currently technically he is technically asleep. Like he is semi-awake, but like he is in REM and his eyes are awake, like opened up, like he's awake. And he's focused on the view screen. It is known that some species sleep with their eyes open. I will.
That's fair. What I'm suggesting is that because it's a subspace transmission, is that a would that be a reasonable thing to ask Vogel to look into, or would that be not even worth considering? Because it's something in the nature of the signal that's subspace that's causing a dreamlike state.
I'm not answering any of that.
Great. I guess go ahead and turn it off.
I'll turn it off.
No change.
All right. I shake him. Arif, wake up! And I will go to violence and slap him. Arif.
Are you slapping him?
Yep.
Roll control security.
You're lucky, Arif. Difficulty 1.
I'm not telling you the difficulty, just roll.
I'll take one of those momentums, I guess. Wow. I rolled a 1.
Roll damage. So 1 plus 1. 2 challenge dice. Arif, take 1 damage. Give me fitness command. Difficulty 2.
Difficulty 2. One threat.
Complication stand.
Unless you're feeling particularly nice, yes.
Good way. As you are enjoying a lovely breakfast with your favorite Kulathian wife, she goes, "How about we go to the park today?"
Sorry, let me say that one more time.
How about we go to the park today?
Well, I'm supposed to be taking it easy. I was thinking maybe we could just lounge around the house. Oh, I guess that wouldn't make for good scenery though. Well, unless you're in the room.
Well, you need to de-stress, and I think maybe a little nature is in order. And with that, you feel a sharp pain suddenly across your face as you wake up on the bridge of the Ranger.
Oh, doctor
Take one
and
stress.
oh, one stress. Doctor and in living color.
Hi. You're out for a few minutes. What do you remember?
Well, that was interesting. Do I remember?
Yeah, you remember.
I was, well, I, first things first, I was in monochromatic world. It was, truth be told, quite,
Like this, like in the screen.
yeah, quite soothing. Everything matched a lot easier than it did, it does here. However, um, I had a wife. Yeah, apparently that's one hell of a TV channel. Let's program the computer to skip that one, but let's remember it because I might I might suggest you experience it as well, doctor. Though, and I'm gonna rub my cheek a little bit. Maybe we could come up with a better way to snap us out of it than slapping us out of it.
Well, turning it off didn't do it, so do something else.
Well, that's weird. I wonder.
I wouldn't take slapping as the first option.
I have to admit, nothing else in the Kulathian library uh, suggested something of that ilk. Um, I'd have to, Doctor, do you happen to know, do the Kulathians by any chance have a telepathic ability?
Not that I'm aware of. Do I know that information?
They wouldn't have given it to you, but no. Nothing's indicated they're telepathic.
This is weird, Doctor. On one hand, I have to admit to a curiosity. Is there any Can I pull up, is there any name for that channel? Like, uh, is it interactive media uh, organization or something?
It's just labeled as the entertainment channel.
Interesting. Uh, Very interesting. Doctor, are
Yeah.
you doing anything pressing right now?
Well, no. What do you got going on?
Doctor, I'm very curious about how a TV program was able to transplant my own consciousness. I don't I think that deserves some follow-up. I'd like to do a little research on the channel itself, but if you could possibly see if there's any way you can determine exactly how I was being affected, I'd be willing to maybe turn the view screen on again.
Well, it seemed like at least initially it was like sort of a subspace signal, but it has no frequency or carrier wave that I noticed between you and that. So we'd have to detect what that program is sending. I don't know if the screen or whatever you were watching it on has all that information or not.
Both of you, opinions on this. Do you think that such an interactive media could be monitored on the other end, thus giving away our position?
Anything's possible.
Yeah, I would say it's probably likely that there might be information somewhere.
And on an ominous signal from your brain scan compared to all Kulathians would be quite the anomaly.
Okay.
As to whether they detected it or not, I don't know.
In which case, let's stay away from the channel for now regardless. I am going to
Was that the only channel you watched, or
no, I've watched many dozens, and here, I'll throw us back onto a news program with copious commercials.
anything of interest so far, other than how I found
Well,
you?
yeah, it turns out for 1995, I can get this amazing China rack that will dry my dishes.
If only we had the need.
Oh, I do. It exists and I want it.
Perhaps you could find a shopping network where you could find matching chairs for your rug.
Chairs. That is
Are
admiral level thinking.
there the five of us plus three others that you're finding to be the most important on your list, and you're finding that commercials to be more interesting than that? I find that hard to believe, sir. I mean, Arif.
There you go, Doc. Thank you. No, of course I don't find it more interesting, but
But you
um,
led with that, which is a different answer than other information I might have expected. However, if that is that you found that was important, then
it's difficult to put into it's difficult to put into words what I found, Doctor.
do you have
I'm
anything you can give to the away team for cultural gestures or things like that?
of course. There's been numerous instances of their greetings and even a couple of their slang hellos, and um, I'll pass off. I'll explain what they are. But mostly what I've been focusing on is the nuance of um, how their body language responds to each other, and something like that is uh, a little difficult to quantify and put into words completely. It's more simply just a chameleon aspect.
Indeed. So nothing to report. Got it. All right. So if we could find information about the signal, that would be good. I don't know. Sarah said that we're limited on what we can do for our sensors, but maybe there's some sort of carrier. Like I thought earlier, maybe the cameras or some other transmission that we could tap into that might not have the same effect on us.
Well, so far it's only been that channel, so I'd say if we stick to the already established ones and don't go hopping back and forth again. My fault, of course, but
You
I
couldn't
think
have
we can be more
known.
clear.
If you do it a second time, it would be your fault. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
If you do it a second time, it would definitely be your fault, but you couldn't have known that that would have an effect on you. So the first one was not a fault.
No, and I have to say, if I ever am allowed to come back here in the future, I might have to give it a shot recreationally because it was quite a trip, Doc. It was not only uh, not only was it as real as a holodeck, but uh, there was purpose. There was planted purpose. I knew the answers without having to look at the back of the book.
What does that mean?
It means that I knew where I was. I knew who was in my house. I knew
You
my
were
wife's name, my son's name. There was
actually the character within the story, as if you were this character with their knowledge.
yes, it was far more immersive than our
Hmm.
holodeck.
Well, that begs the question about free will.
I mean, I
You
would
had no knowledge of who you were. You had no response in your physical form, except for jarring you out of it. At least for now.
oh,
So, I mean, I could see it as a recreation if you want to escape who you are, perhaps even temporarily. But who's to say that it's not what every Kulathian experiences every day? Be a good
oh,
Kulathian.
well, that was the one aspect of
There's probably other channels.
that was the one aspect of the issue that I wasn't too keen of. It seemed to have suppressed my own internal identity. Not the easiest beat around.
You do have your own personality, that's for sure. So yeah, I would say be cautious and don't do that channel again. Sarah, if you're gonna still be here, um, check on him once in a while on his studies, I guess. And Arif, would you ask Sarah to like punch you in the ribs or slap you again or what if you get caught by another shoe?
Well, hopefully not if I just not happen to nod off.
Okay. Are you getting enough sleep? How do you feel now?
I was kidding, doctor.
No, I'm curious. I want to make sure that you're okay after your uh, personality transplant, as it were, temporarily.
Feeling right as rain.
Um, hold on one moment. I'm going to do another scan and compare them between when it was in that state and when it was against not in that state, and see if I can cross correlate any of that information to isolate the differences or error changes.
He literally was in REM sleep.
Yeah, well, it looks like you're just sleeping. So
Oh,
they were able to tap in maybe to your sleep frequency and transplant your consciousness, or at least your dream consciousness, into a story. Interesting.
impressive.
As you say, it doesn't seem to have caused any ill effects
Well,
other than the wake up button.
be that as it may, I think I'll still steer clear, and I think I'm going to do a little bit of research into that channel, and then move on to the weather satellite, see if I can patch that up.
Oh, sure.
Anything else you wish to do, Vogel?
I can't think of anything else to do.
You gonna try the other method or
Well, yeah, I've always been wanting to do the other method.
okay? Well, yeah. So You going back to your quarters on the ship, or
Yeah. Yeah, once I could
Okay.
find time to do that.
you could do that anytime?
Yeah, I'll definitely try to find her possibly that way.
Oh, farewell. All right, Vogel, you head back to your quarters. I believe there's 2 bunks. Of course, you're probably have it on your own because 5 people on board.
Yeah.
How do you intend to search her out?
My thought was to see if there is any connection psychically that might still exist, lingering or otherwise.
So you want to try like a psychic link?
Yeah.
Give me control command difficulty of 2.
Use the momentum to threat. Think that's got to stand.
As you close your eyes to meditate to try and psychically reach out to your sister, as you feel like you're about to make connection, you feel this other presence, and then you are suddenly pulled back and you awake, and someone stands before you. You should not be doing that.
I have to try to find her.
It's too late for her. Do what you need to do and go far away as you can from her.
What do you mean it's too late?
Something dark has a hold of your sister. If you attempt to go near her, it will not be good for you or your friends.
I have to try. Please, anything you know that might help.
Your sister is beyond my reach or anyone's reach. I'm sorry.
So is that why you're here, to prevent me from finding her?
To protect you.
And what about her? Where were you when she needed protecting?
You're not strong enough to face what's coming. And if I could have protected her, I would have.
I have allies here, people I can lean into.
Their
We can get her out.
strength. You rely too much on your technology. Phasers and weapons will not save the day. Not for her, nor for you if you were to confront her.
Then what will?
It's too late for her. Leave this place now and go back home.
You know I can't do that.
Give me presence command opposed.
Uh, would you accept a determination spend, never forget where you came from?
Sure.
I would use it as a, don't leave family behind type thing.
Sure.
Oh, you said presence?
Yes, presence command to her insight command. I'll drop a threat.
I think I'll just roll it and see what happens. Ouch.
Ooh.
I am not rolling good today.
She paces for a moment. You're not going to let this go, are you?
She's my sister.
And you'll stop at nothing?
My mind is made up.
And are your friends' lives worth the price?
Their lives, perhaps not. But I would gladly trade mine to get her out of this.
Then you must do the unthinkable. In order to save your sister, you must break your link. Are you willing to do that?
If that'll get her out of this.
And she just kind of pauses and give me control command difficulty of 2.
Take a threat.
You compose yourself, but you suddenly feel a sense of dread, as if some sort of overwhelming presence, as your mind is nearly flooded with fear, from someone you've never, always thought to be kind. As she paces and then she looks at you as her eyes glow bright blue and lunges forward with her hand striking your forehead. And we will change scenes and go back to Garibaldi. So, what were we doing again? Remind me. What's happened?
Garibaldi was monitoring the traffic out there, getting an idea of traffic patterns, people. Maybe just spend a little watching to see what there is to see.
Um,
Are there, like, take information kiosks out on the street?
you don't see any information kiosks, but you see a lot of the people are all kind of dressed very similar. Either from like would be you could argue say like a suit to for men and more like a work dress for women. Um, most seem to carry like a small pad um with them as they kind of type on it as they go about their day.
Did you say the area itself was run down?
It is a little rundown. There's a lot of smog in the air.
What do the buildings around this one look like? Are we looking at residential, commercial,
Um,
mix?
a mix. Some of it's like high rise to a degree. Some of them look completely run down and abandoned.
Interesting. What do the businesses look like? I mean, the restaurant, shops, pharmacies,
All of the above.
office.
All of the above. What you would typically find in a city. Restaurants, shops, grocery stores.
Any presence of anything that strikes me as law enforcement?
You occasionally see Kulathians and military guard walk by, unsure if whether that they're, beat cops or military personnel. But give me insight security difficulty 2.
Give you a threat to activate bold.
I like
Do any of
bold.
my foci apply?
Sorry, what?
Do any of my focuses apply?
Guys making me look at your sheets.
Sorry. I mean, I could just.
Yes. Yes. You have a focus.
I'm going to regret this, but I'm going to fish. I am going to.
You do.
I guess I'm going to spend the 2 momentum I gained to squash the
Comp?
combo. Yeah.
As you sort of look, you kind of walk in to take a closer look into the city, but you notice several security cameras and occasional what appears to be almost a hover drone sort of pass by.
All right. So our guests are probably not coming through the front door. I'm leading to the front door of this place that's shut down. It's probably going to draw notice. I've still got a day and a half or so before we're meeting our contact.
Yes, you have about a day and a half. You're probably getting close to a check-in point with the ship, but Faye kind of goes up like, "Do we want to attempt to stroll through the city?" Getting kind of hungry, to be honest, but
Well, the traffic comes through in front of the door. I don't want to go through this door, but I am thinking about maybe going to the exit to that park and seeing if we can move through the park and find a taco truck.
what's a taco truck?
You don't have it's a wheeled vehicle that vendors sell food out of. Every civilization's got its version of the taco truck. But they
Like,
really left holes in your education, didn't they?
it was rushed, okay?
Fair enough. All right, let's go. I think the two other secret, so to speak, exits. I think the one into the park is probably our best bet. I imagine it is 12 and a pair of sixes on either side. Well, let's head that way and we'll check in with the commander. Move away from the move away from the door just so our voice just in case voices carry. Get away from the door. Kind of start walking in the direction of the secret entrance on the east side. And scramble the comm badge and call the ship. This is Garibaldi to the Ranger.
It would have to be Arif or Mountain.
Commander Reef.
Go for a reef. What's up, GQ?
Just checking in. Just checking in, Arif. The the meeting location looks secure, though it's riddled with secret passages.
Really?
Be a little challenge to secure, but there's at least two possible entrances. Say concealed entrances for our contacts to come in, and then there are some internal passages as well. Oh, and big spiders.
I'm not a fan of spiders, but we'll rig something up to repel them. Um, Good job. What's your plan now?
Sorry about that. Hopefully, you guys can hear me now. Power surge run to the house and reset my computer.
No, you're good. Did you catch what I said?
That no to the team.
Oh. Oh, can you hear me?
No.
Can anyone hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear all of you.
There we go.
Garibaldi, did your computer blow up again?
It could blow up, but I lost internet. Oh, my power fluctuated. Now I'm trying to get my speakers to work. Okay. I can hear you guys. I was hoping you can hear me.
Hello.
There's an Arif.
Well, in which case I said, good job, GQ. What's your plans for now?
Faye and I are going to go. We're going to take one of these concealed entrances and take a walk, see if we can find something to eat and encounter the local culture. Maybe see if I can acquire, find a computer terminal or something similar.
Excellent. Maybe might not. It might be a bad idea, but since you're dallying around secret entrances anyways, maybe see what you can about seeing if there's any accessible computer terminals underground in some sort of sewer system.
Sounds a little smelly, but sure.
At your discretion, you're the expert.
I was kind of hoping for, I don't know, a public data terminal cafe or something like that.
Ah, excellent. In which case, Godspeed.
All right. Oh, has Sarah found any, gotten any leads on locating her sister?
To the best of my knowledge, not yet. I think she's gone to take a couple moments of rest and respite to kind of strengthen up for round two.
Very good, Commander. If I get an opportunity, I'll see what I can find from this end.
Fair enough. If anything develops, I'll make sure to send you a signal and await your contact.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you, Commander. Garibaldi out. And since Garibaldi and Faye are fixing to head out, he's going to set his comm badge on the Star Trek equivalent of vibrate.
It has that feature.
I'm sure it does. Sure, it has some sort of silent chirpy.
That's usually how they get in trouble at shows. Is the comm badge goes off.
Well, I'm sure that's how Kirk kind of got caught up. Time travel.
Janeway, Archer. I mean, the list goes on. It happens in all of it, in all of the shows.
They've all forgotten to put it on silent.
Or maybe there's no feature. Anyhow,
Well, if there really isn't a silent feature, then
There is a silent feature to comm badges.
let's say Garibaldi's going to make Arif mad because he turned his comm badge off.
It vibrates.
phrasing.
Ooh. Hey, I think let's try this. I think my came back up. Testing.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
I just want to make sure that my Wi-Fi was back up. Sometimes it takes a minute. Yeah. All right. So after that giving the boss his update, then Garibaldi and Faye are going to make our way out the park side.
Fitness security diff 1.
Okay. A sec. I'm still.
It's just to kind of climb down and get into the park.
Hey, anything's better than going over dog-sized spiders. Come on, character sheet. You said fitness security diff 1?
Yes.
Oh. Just in case, I'm going to give you a bold. I mean, you know what I mean. A threat. Let me give you a bold for a threat. Here's my roll. Scroll down. Oh, I guess I'm re-rolling that complication.
Oh no. Hey. Why?
Oh, oh, I
Oh, hey. Poor
oh,
creature.
so I think I gained 2 momentum on that roll.
Yes, you did.
So I'll spend it to squash one of Faye's complications. Or
Well, she doesn't succeed. That's the other thing.
that's even worse. All right, tell me what happens.
Does she have determination?
She does have a determination. She is a major NPC. Oh boy. It's such a stretch for one of the values.
She's a part of our team now. She can spend it towards the mission directive. Not getting caught. I know you're going to say no, but I'm going to throw that out there. And
I'll allow it because this could get her in trouble. Yeah, reroll 2. Talk about going from one into the other.
That's a turnaround.
oh my.
Both
3
natural
more.
ones. Yeah, both ones. The other ones were both 20s. 3 momentum.
Wow. Way to go, Faye.
For the recovery. Yeah, as you're climbing down, like sort of going down, and it's really narrow as you're going from like off the cliff face down to the park. Faye nearly like because she's wearing heels, she nearly like loses her balance, but does almost like this. I want to say like a ballerina move where she kind of pivots on one toe to regain her center of gravity and balance before falling down the edge of the cliff facing. Because, whew, that was close.
That recovery was impressive, and you looked good doing it.
Do you hit on everybody you meet?
Only the attractive people. I mean, okay, so part of me is going to live almost forever, but the other part of me, life is short. 9 Quinix hosts. I've learned life is short. You got to enjoy it. Garibaldi does want to make sure he kind of on his tricorder map, his Google map, he wants to mark where the entrance to the thing is so he can find his way back there. Looks at those shoes, Shizumar goes, we might need to go shoe shopping.
This is the attire they expect all Kulathian women to wear. And she
Right.
kind of mumbles like, she's like, this is horrible, by the way.
Oh, I understand. I've worn heels before and never pleasant. Let's look around and see if we can figure out a path to get back to civilization and see where we found ourselves.
Lead on.
So Garibaldi's going to look around and see if he kind of orient himself back towards civilization.
It's any direction, really, except the path you came from.
So we'll work our way back into the city and back into out of the park and look for a cafe.
As you you and Faye make the exit to the park, I'll spend some threat. Why not?
We gave it to you, so
Two Kulathian appears to be a military uniform, similar to the one you're wearing for your disguise. Starts approaching, walks up to you and sort of gives you, a nod. And as you walk by, and they stop for a moment.
I will mirror the gesture back at them.
And they kind of turn around and goes, I haven't seen you anywhere, Lieutenant. You new to the district?
Yes, sir. Brand new posting.
What department?
Maintenance.
And what about you, miss? She kind of like stops for a moment and looks at Garibaldi and then grabs your arm and goes, fiance.
Garibaldi will grin like a happy, love-struck young man. Like, I can't believe I got this lucky kind of grin. We were new to the area. We're looking for a good place to for a quiet night out. You got a recommendation?
Normally, officers don't work maintenance. Let me see your ID.
Garibaldi will hand him his ID. Does he hand it? Say, somebody's going to supervise the maintenance crew.
He kind of looks over the ID, pulls out like sort of looks like a small pad and goes over the records, almost like he's trying to verify something. Apologies, sir. Please don't joke about that.
Of course.
He hands you back the ID and they motion as they start walking away. Jeez, Lieutenant claim he's maintenance guy.
Because Garibaldi goes to put his credentials back, and goes, probably should have looked at those. And he glance at it and goes, what does it say I am?
Counterintelligence.
As the guys walk away, Garibaldi thinks, I never did get a recommendation on a restaurant.
They walked away on purpose.
Intel guys always getting a bad rap. Well, my dear, shall we find a place to get a bite to eat?
She kind of gives you a smile. Of course. Like,
And we will.
why is that? Why her eyes wide open, and kind of goes, I feel like I'm about to have a heart attack on that one.
As we get wide by the time, Garibaldi says, "But you've done this sort of thing before."
Ha ha ha.
Relax. It's not that much different than what you did on Deep Space 17 with the Doctor and the rest of us. Just different environment.
Yeah, but I had a cover story.
Sometimes you make the cover story up as you go. Sometimes you forget to look at your fake ID.
Are you always this bad with your job?
Yes. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Oh, look. I think that's a cafe right there. She points to a small store.
Good call. Let's go see. Says, by the way, besides, most of my covert operations were smugglers and spice runners and seedy types.
I think this is the same thing.
A little bit. Go with your instincts. We'll be fine.
My instincts are telling me to eat.
Then let's go eat.
And as the two of you walk in the cafe and begin to order some food, we're go over to where Vogel's at.
Somewhere in her mind.
Somewhere in her mind. Vogel, you find yourself everything seems like a black mist. It seems like walls sort of form like it's almost like a black smoke. Behind you, to your left and right. Do we have a Vogel? Oh no, Vogel's AFK. We'll go back to the Ranger. Arif, Doctor, what are you up to?
Well, at the moment, Arif is in dual purpose mode. He's trying to research the entertainment channel, and he's trying to figure out how to fix that weather satellite.
You want me to take one of those off your hands? I can take out the weather satellite. I have some engineering.
Absolutely, Doc. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Just do me a solid. Don't actually send it or do anything with it yet.
I will make a prototype.
Excellent. In which case, Arif is no longer dual purpose.
Go back to your shows, buddy.
So, what about the entertainment channel that you are researching?
Essentially, first things first, if I can A, find out if my experience was the natural experience that that channel is known for and gives out, and B, whether or not that channel is government sponsored.
I will give you a very vague answer here, but all the channels seem like they're government sponsored.
Interesting. Then that puts a weight of importance on trying to figure out the first one. To see if perhaps this is some sort of escapist retreat for the Kulathian people.
Are you going to go back and watch the entertainment channel, or are you going to look over what was recorded?
Uh the kind of the Kulathian version of like Googling the entertainment channel and just seeing what people have to say about it, perhaps like
Well,
reviews.
none of the other channels are talking about, because really all it is news and the entertainment channel, and that's it. There's nothing else.
Okay.
In terms for like, you would actually have to have probably tap into their communication network somehow to see what they're saying on it, unless you go and look at what the major has told you about certain things.
Oh, yeah. Let's dig into the majors info and we'll see also if there happens to be any sort of like requirement or anything involved with that.
Insight command difficulty 1.
Alrighty, I'm gonna fish for uh a little bit of momentum, so I'm gonna spend one momentum, and I don't think that I have a would politics be a focus?
No.
Then I shan't go in with the focus.
Get the momentum back. Her notes specifically state do not watch the entertainment channel.
Oh, does it?
It doesn't state why, it just says don't watch the entertainment channel.
Okay.
Touche. Check your info first.
Let's what does okay, let's what else does her info dump have um perhaps on the news channel?
It doesn't say anything on the news channel. There's literally only like 2 or 3 news channels, and that's it.
Okay. Um so hmm. I'm gonna nod sagely at the advice given in the notes of staying away from the entertainment channel as I bring the data back to the chair and feeling a little embarrassed, but still proud. Arif is gonna sit there and kind of thumb over the rest of her notes.
They're written in haste, but there's avoid security screenings, stuff like that. She doesn't know how well the ID badges will hold up.
Actually, just because I guess this is the first time I too am looking at my ID badge.
Your ID
What?
badge says counterintelligence.
Okay, cool.
It says lieutenant. You're given a rank of lieutenant in the Kulathian military. That says counterintelligence on it.
I'm gonna. How long has it been since Sarah left the bridge?
A while.
Hmm. I'm gonna look to the doctor and say, Doc, it's, it's been you haven't by any chance kept up on Sarah's sleep patterns throughout the journey, have you? I know she's been gone for a little bit, but if she's in need of the rest, I wouldn't want to disturb her.
Um, I haven't noticed anything in her charts. She hasn't complained of anything, and I haven't heard any note of her being lethargic during her work sessions. So I can't say what her sleep patterns are, but she doesn't seem to have appeared into be ill health or run down. But I can ask her about it at some point, if need be. But why do you ask? Is there something going on?
No, she's just been gone for a bit of a stretch. How's your how you doing on that satellite?
Looks like it's coming up right now.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear, Doc. Hmm.
I will tell you this: the weather control systems is programmed into the ring that is essentially the ring station. It's integrated into the ring, so it's not like a actual satellite.
So does that have to be physically manipulated, or can it be electronically changed?
It
Digitally.
can't be. Well, the issue is you don't know what the problem is, and
I'd probably have to hack into their system to get a diagnostic of it. It's attached to the ring.
Well, let's let's put that project temporarily in the waste
To
basket.
the to do. We got a couple to dos if we get any info.
Yeah, that's the type of to do we can take care of if we're invited,
Sure.
or if we're in the computers anyways.
Right. So what have you found? What's going on with your programs?
Well, it seems like every channel here, be it news or the entertainment channel, which I'm gonna simply start calling TEC. Uh, it seems like they're all government sponsored for one, and two,
Not surprised.
yeah, there was a note in the majors, uh, well, notes that stated that we should stay away from the entertainment channel, and I
Wise
left.
advice. Who was your wise advice from your source?
It is wise advice, apparently, but I'd still like to know more of the whys.
My guess is control of the population through manipulation and other ways of changing the brain chemistry to I don't know what the equivalent is necessarily in Kulathian, but dopamine hits to keep you interested. In the news, it's the other way around, but either way, you get hit. So play at your own risk, I guess. But far be
Awesome.
it for me to explain or try to condescend to anybody's particular lifestyle. We are trying to interfere with their internal politics from trying to rescue the Empress or somebody that was on your list.
Yes, that would be a correct statement.
And would she consider it kindly if you chose her as fourth rather than her top priority, or should we not mention that?
Uh,
Do we
I
have a
don't know if she would take it. I assume she wouldn't take it wonderfully, but
Is
that's
there a way? Yeah, is there a way to contact your informant, your person, to try to find the location or help us find the location of any of them that they requested?
that's a very good question, Doc. Why don't I look into that? I'm hesitant to do it until we've got Garibaldi back on the ship and Faye as well and
Oh,
everyone
sure.
together.
Yeah, and I'll check out on Vogel a little later and see how she's doing.
Excellent. Maybe a little sooner. And um I'll take a look on that info, and if it's in the yes category, I'll start talking to GQ about cutting his visit short.
All right. Isn't that? Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Vogel, you find yourself, the space is a dark, sort of black. The walls are like a black smoke, but you can clearly see sort of a rock formation out of sort of like a smoky substance and an orb, and orb just behind Athalea.
Where are we?
Your mind, child. You must break the shackles that bind you. If you wish to save your sister. I will be no help from here on out. She disappears.
I guess I'll look around a bit and then go to wherever this thing is.
You touch the orb.
If that's all that looks like there's in here, yes.
The orb glows a bright red. Or just fire color. And a pathway opens up to you. I'm assuming everyone can see that, by the way. Just asking.
Yep.
Okay.
I see light coming from that way.
Said the pathway is open for you.
Well, you know what they say, always head toward the light. All right, brain, what am I looking at?
Sorry, I'm trying to find the token. Before you appears your sister, or maybe yourself. You're not quite sure. She looks at you with red eyes and speaks. Why did you leave me? Why did you abandon me?
I didn't abandon you. You left.
No, you abandoned me. You could have stopped me. Could have stopped me from hurting all those people.
You didn't think I didn't try? You were too strong then.
Is that what you think? Is that why you abandoned your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters? Is that why you left Earth?
I didn't abandon anyone. And I'm not abandoning you.
Then show me your resolve. And she attacks. Daring security opposed.
Because these are my best stats.
I mean, you're fighting yourself, so
Yeah.
roll it twice.
All the
Roll it twice, seriously.
All right, I'll roll all the momentum.
I was spending 3 threat then, so
There's the twice for you.
while the other one it got a complication, it is a tie. You could succeed at cost.
But they already have a cost.
Yeah, I would say you get a complication and they get a complication, but you get to hit.
Sure, why not?
Roll damage, which I guess is 3 challenge dice. As a mirror of yourself comes to strike at you, you lunge and you hit it squarely. You could feel an intense pressure resonate across your body as she fizzles out.
Great. Now my brain's trying to attack me.
As the light goes cold. Increased complication range for the complication. I also doubled the damage, by the way, so for their complication.
Okay. I guess those training sessions that Garibaldi throws are starting to work out. Nothing else in this part of the brain.
It feels cold in here.
I guess we'll head back to the center.
Oh yeah, I gotta change the color. It no longer glows.
That can't be good in any way.
Well, it doesn't glow. It's still like it there's a slight white glow, but it doesn't like glow the orange color anymore.
Probably touch the orb again to see if that does anything.
orb pulses a green energy. There's another way it lights up for you.
I guess that's the next place. Is it just the flames again?
No, but I forgot to make a token. I'm going to use this token. Where'd my light go? Oh,
Blew up.
I know why. That why. You left me on the Hanzu. Why did you leave me?
You were already dead by the time I checked on you. The whole ship was blowing up around us. There's nothing I could do.
Is that what you tell yourself at night?
It's the only thing that allows me to sleep at night when I think back to that. Part of me is still on the Hansu. Part of me never left. Part of me was destroyed there when the ship went up. When Captain Price ordered all of us onto the escape pods.
Could at least told my family. Gave them comfort to know that I at least existed.
Of course you existed.
You should have got us out of there. You should have been at the helm controls flying the ship. Not me. You would have survived.
I was the science officer.
You
You
were
are the much
con.
better pilot.
Weren't you con then?
No, that's science.
Oh well. She says what it is, she says. You're still the better pilot. And her vision fades that to that of a bring, and it points its gun at you. What do you do?
Shoot first.
Control security difficulty 3.
3 threat.
Ooh, complication.
Yeah, the increased range you made me do.
I mean, you're in close range, so 5 challenge dice. Assuming the complication stands.
Has to.
You feel like you fire have a phaser that appears in your hands. You go to fire it, and then it vanishes. The complication, you feel like you can't manifest the phaser in this realm, but it's going to try and fire, and it misses. Yep, misses. Back to you.
Well, strength worked last time. Let's do it again.
Pose daring security.
This will all end in tears.
It's only in your mind.
Yeah, you could have your 3 threat, by the by. Little good that did. She is definitely not a fighter.
I mean, get a threat back. How many challenge dice is this? Unarmed. Oh, 3. Hey, neither are they. Take 3 stress.
Ouch.
I swear that I wish roll 20 music would be working right now.
Yeah, maybe it's just roll 20 being glitchy today.
Probably.
I hear that one.
Yeah, maybe it's back. Because all the other games probably ended by now.
Yeah, maybe. Thursday is the game, the day to game. Is it back to me?
It's technically there, but they're gonna daring security post because they're locked in combat with you. I'm rolling
right,
2.
that's right.
They have 1 success.
I'll throw 3 more at you.
Oh, this is not gonna. Hey, you succeed. 2 challenge dice. Or 3 challenge dice, sorry. And you gain the momentum.
Hey, I knock him down, though.
Did total of 5. Yeah. The vision fades away. As it no longer emits its light.
All right, Brain, you got to stop doing that. As I go to touch that a 3rd time.
So it'd be nice if there was like a script that could do this, you know? So I don't have to hit all these buttons.
That's too much. That's too convenient for roll 20.
I know, right? Another pathway opens up for you. Before you stands yourself, as if you're looking into a mirror.
Yeah, this is not unsettling at all.
Her eyes begin to glow a vibrant blue. You're not strong enough. You should let me take over. You can't save her. Only I can.
Do you remember the last time I let you take full control?
You can feel the power, can't you? Swelling up inside. That's me. Waiting to get out.
We have to work together to save our sister. You know this.
There is no we, only I and you. The path you walk will sever us completely. Do you really want that? I can feel it. You want my power.
Vogel close her eyes and bask in the power a little bit.
There. You can feel it, can't you?
If it means saving my sister, then you must go away with the others. If that is the only way, then I suppose I must do what must be done.
To threat, she lunges out hands and fires at you. Go ahead on your sheet, roll, should be... control security. Yeah.
Is it opposed or is there a
no.
difficulty?
Difficulty is 3, but it's for your alter ego. At you.
So wait, I'm rolling for them to hit me?
Yes. Sorry. 3 dice. Div 3.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Control security. Because I'm using your stats.
Gotcha. So I'm rolling for you. Got it.
Yeah, you're off me. The blast lunged forward, and you narrowly dodge out of the way as it goes. A bright blast goes down the hall. It's your turn.
I guess third time's a charge. Third time's a charm. Charge.
Daring security opposed.
I still will bet them give you 2 threat.
Okay. Roll that same roll twice. Roll it again. 3 momentum gain. Three challenge dice. I have lovely threat. I will spend 2 plus 2 more to stay up. Or to keep standing. Yeah. In a brawl. Should be at 4 momentum.
I think just 3. I used.
Oh yeah, 3.
one.
I don't know if Garibaldi got his computer fixed or not. So
Sorry.
That would be a yes.
Yeah, they're gonna let daring security oppose as you're in fisticuffs. I'm only gonna buy 1 dice, so roll 3. And then whatever your counter for the oppose.
I will roll. I'll give you 1 threat, 2 momentum. I'm gonna use that necklace thing and re-roll the complication
Okay.
because that is a fail. I think.
It's a tie, but there's a complication you're in. So yeah,
So-
you can re-roll
okay.
one with the necklace.
Damn.
It's a tie.
I'll take it to succeed. I think.
Roll damage. Also take 3 stress, but for the complication. But she fizzles out as the light goes dim.
And definitely breathing heavy at this point. She'll yell out, "Come on! Anything else?"
Oh, my child, it's about to get much, much worse. As the smoke and dust clear, you are not there. Your vision perspective changes from the dark ambient room to where you find yourself standing on what you think is one of the moons of the Kulathian Homeworld. You see the brown, the dust, and Atalaya before you in what appears to be in almost looks like a uniform of a warrior from a long since past.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you went to Garibaldi.
Oh no, I'm still hanging with you.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
You find yourself you see you don't see like the stars, but you find yourself like it looks like you're standing on a moon. You know, like the Earth's moon, but you think you're actually on the Kulathian, one of the Kulathian moons, because you see another smaller moon off in the distance and a world that looks oddly similar to the Kulathian Homeworld. And you stand inside what appears to be a crater, moon dust at your feet, and Atalaya stands nearby before you, not in like her usual like robes type deal, but more in a uniform of a warrior from an age long past, similar to that, maybe of like a Roman or a Spartan. Tell me, Sarah, how do you feel?
Where are we?
Your consciousness is here. One of the moons of Kula. Don't worry, they can't see us.
So what is next?
Tell me, what do you know or remember of my people and that of the Dark Ones?
I only really know that you two are in conflict.
That would be an exaggerated. More like at odds end. Did you know the Anuzek and the Zozek were once one people? In fact, I'm more like you than you realize. I too was born on Earth.
I did not know that.
You met with Atos. Did you notice anything peculiar when your trip there? How they treated him, what they called him?
Me as a player don't recall if there was.
Yeah. They call him the General. Indeed, he was a general. A great general from a time of barbarism on Earth. See, my people fled Earth because we went too far. We thought our superior intellect would bring about a new age for humanity. But instead, we end up being hunted like the monsters we are. Are you sure you so readily wish to walk a path that we walked? Surely our history is still known in the books.
And what history is that?
Uh, you can roll for it
Sure.
if you want to recall. It's like, let's go science difficulty 1.
I'll use that momentum there.
gain 2 back. You kind of get the impression you realize what she's talking about would be the eugenics wars. Referring to superior intellect, a level of barbarism, and conflict in the fleeing the world. Essentially, con or on the similar terms.
So what are you saying? Are you saying you're like a superhuman?
Would be the more appropriate term. See, we found something when our ship crashed. Crystal that gave us immense power. Some walked a path of harmony with it. Others chose to bend it to its will.
And which path do you walk?
The path that's in between. See, what my people fail to understand is the crystal resonates with the being far more powerful than any of us could ever hope or dare fight. Only one other person walked the path that you're about to. So I ask you one last time, are you ready? If not, we go back to your friends. But your link has been severed to Annika permanently.
As long as I can ensure her safety.
Then you walk the path of Zanu. Prepare yourself. And appears in her hand is a sword as she takes it and swings what looks like a blinding light straight towards you. I need you to make a fitness plus command difficulty of 2.
Take a threat. I'll use the 2 momentum. God damn it.
So you already spent your determination, right? Yeah.
I did. And I used the necklace. I got nothing.
I will give you a point of determination you want, but there will be a complication for it.
That's fine.
Okay.
What's the complication? I should maybe ask that first.
You're gonna feel it. Just put it that way. It's gonna hurt.
Dead if I do, dead if I don't.
More like if you fail, she's gonna keep striking at you until you succeed. So
Okay. But sure. What would be the complication?
the damage is gonna be really intense.
Okay. We didn't enter new scenes or anything, right?
No.
All right. I guess I'll take it. And I'll re-roll the 3.
Enough.
Yeah, if you can't tell, my fitness and daring rolls are poor.
I mean, it's supposed to be a challenge, so take 6 stress. And as
That
for
that will empty my stress bar.
right, like I said, it's going to hurt. And yeah, head back to the bridge of the Ranger. To check in on with the doctor and Arif real quick before we go back over to Garibaldi.
Arif is not watching the entertainment channel.
You sure
Oh.
you don't want to watch the entertainment channel? I hear
No, I do
Wait.
want to. I just not going to. So what's the boring ass news telling us?
it's boring.
Is there any way I can use my trait of diligent researcher to figure out something weird or usable against the Kulathians, or something to some vulnerability or some sort of something that might aid Garibaldi in his mission?
Like, how are you wanting to do that?
Just taking the information from the news channel and whatever information he was able to, Arif is able to give me about the entertainment channel. Maybe I can get something out of that.
Crime is up in District and crime is up in District 6 in the entertainment section, as would be in the military has been called to squash the, I wouldn't say, I guess we maybe call almost rioting, but not. And to give it's a warning to avoid District 6.
Well, anything that they say should be opposite world, so maybe we should focus our attention on District 6.
So, I mean, well, is there a? I apologize. Remind me, is there a note of a rendezvous point, or are
There
we?
is. And
They
Okay.
are at that, I think.
no, they're not.
Is it in District 6?
No, it's not.
Oh, but they're supposed to be there, as far as I know.
It's in
Yeah,
District
well-
3, which is not adjacent to District 6 at all.
Well, it could just be that District 6 has a little bit of issues at the moment, Doctor.
True.
Quite-
It also could be the last vestige defense of the Empress. We don't know who's against what, but if you say that this government has the rightful ruler, probably cornered, I guess would be at this point, then
You have
that
to
part of it.
You have to understand, Doctor, fixing my idea to fix the weather satellite, for example, that's something quite minor. However, if the Empress, if your hypothetical is correct and the Empress is holed up in District 3, I'm sorry, District 6, that's simply, I'm sorry, her bad luck. I was asked by the ambassador to do something very specific, and we have a very specific rendezvous point. And
Well, let's
Well,
keep that going then. But
it's not time yet, Doctor.
I feel like I'm sitting on my hands. But
We are sitting on our hands. That's why the best thing we can do is learn about their culture. I chose to do it from their programming. Garibaldi has chosen to do it. Well, in the wild, as it were. But
fair enough.
patience and learning and information is never a waste of time.
All right. Well, I'll start looking up Kulathian biological information in our databases and study. See if there's some sort of subspace receptor that would cause this entertainment to be interesting, or what effect it might have.
To study Kulathian biology, you need to get a medical journal from them or
Or a
study
med
one of the
scan.
Kulathians. Yeah.
Arif, what do you think about alien abductions? No, I'm kidding.
I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna turn my head to the doctor with an arched eyebrow and not even.
It's for simple informational purposes only.
I think we can do without that, doctor.
Oh, I'm sure we could. I was just wondering your stance on it.
Um, my stance on it, well, kind of fun if you're the abductee. Probably shouldn't do it if you're the abductor.
Understood.
Now, I wonder what the hell that rascal GQ is up to.
Has he checked in recently? And how's Sarah doing? Have we checked? I go check on her.
Well,
gonna-
why don't you send her a quick and I'll tell the doctor the signal to kind of like buzz the communicator to have them check in the next possible time. And I'll send it away and I'll say you can ask yourself when they get to a safe spot.
Fair enough.
Oh, my favorite commercial. And it's got quite the nice jingle, Arif will say as he quickly heads back to his seat.
As we check in with Garibaldi and Faye, you sit down at the nice cafe with arguably a decent meal, a sandwich, and what appears to be a bowl of potato soup or something akin to that.
Sounds nice. While we eat, what kind of conversation can we overhear? What's the mood of the people? Kind of thing.
Some of it is just minor, typical chit chat. Others are talking about briefing about their work schedule, wondering how they're going to complete their task, so to speak, on time.
So generic common worker end of the
Yeah.
day discussions.
Pretty much. The atmosphere doesn't seem to be really pleasant.
What do you mean?
It's very, I wouldn't say depressing, but not happy either. Like in between. Like people are just kind of content.
Is there any grumbling or complaining about stuff? Yeah, people complain about taxes or government oppression or
No, no one's complaining about that.
their favorite snotling ball team lost. Is the food good?
It's okay. Faye kind of eats a little of the potato soup and it's like, had better.
Edible. What time of day is it? Right.
It's kind of getting into the evening. As a couple women, like a group of women, stand up and they sort of like they walk out and they kind of just glance at Faye and go. You get the opinion like they kind of like scuffed at her a little bit.
Or what? Like she's wearing last season's fashion or something?
Actually, if you pay attention to the fashion, I'll give you a roll for this, but
Alright.
insight. I'm trying to figure out how to make this. Let's go insight command difficulty 1. Let's go with that.
Okay. I would just go roll it flat. Psychiatry for a focus.
No.
That's worth a shot.
Actually, no, wait, I'll give it to you.
I just had a hard time telling you.
Yeah. Gain a momentum though. It's really about what you kind of get you look at her, like you look at the women, they're kind of scuffing because they looked at her up and down. And then you realize that they're all wearing like what appear to be like worker clothing. She's not dressed the same way as any of the other women in the cafe. In fact, like the two of you probably are standing out amongst amongst the crowd in here.
Any others in like perhaps we're a different social class kind of thing?
Probably.
Okay, well, we're gonna finish our meal, and you said this was a combination of residential and commercial. Um, let's take a walk around the block. Kind of get an idea of what shops are there. Um, see if there is a Kulathian equivalent of a internet cafe or an Apple store.
Arguably, you do not find a single one of those.
So if we walk around the block, what else do we see here?
Um,
We're gonna look at the temple from the outside since we're probably in the neighborhood.
you look at the temple, it looks like it is built pretty much inside of almost a man-made mountain. in a way.
Okay, that makes sense with how we exited. From the outside of the, I mean, are the grounds kept up? Or does it look like
Oh.
it's gone to.
There's not a single shred of trash anywhere, and the grounds look pristine.
Oh, okay. Is the front door boarded up, chained?
It's not. It's just a stairway going up. Give me insight security difficulty 1.
Since I have bolt security, I'll give you a threat.
My coffer's a little low, thank you. Gain 2. You noticed as you and Faye are walking, the ones that are dressed in security uniforms, they kind of like, they're giving you like, a nod and whatnot. But the rest of the crowd, they seem to kind of guide their path to where they avoid you.
Do they treat the other folks dressed similar to me in the same fashion?
Yes.
Interesting. It's just a computer. Do I find anything in the area that looks like a library?
No.
Local police or governmental offices?
There is one. In fact, there are several on various different blocks. Neatly organized.
I bet. All right, question. Our rendezvous is the next day or the day after?
The next day, but we'll probably be jumping to the rendezvous.
Okay. Then having made a reconnoiter, we'll go back. Oh, go ahead.
Your comm badge does at some point does vibrate.
Garibaldi will ignore it for the moment, as him and Faye will go back to the temple the way they came, trying to make sure that we're not followed or watched or observed. Though it seems like people are going out of their way to avoid us.
Sneaking in there is a hard part at the moment, but fitness security difficulty 1 to get back into the temple.
Let me give you some more of that threat, just the one.
Okay.
Nice little go fishy fish. Ooh.
Gain 2. Faye would like to spend a momentum.
I will let her have it.
You gonna assist her by any chance?
Yeah. Saying that she had trouble getting up there, I will. In fact, I was going to ask you, rather than having her roll, could I spend another momentum to create an advantage that I kind of am able to help her up?
She easily gets up this time. It's gain 3 more.
Oh, I'll take that. So I floaty float then, which I have nothing to do with, so I'll let it go. Make our way back in, and once we get back into the temple, I'll go ahead and contact the ship.
I believe you're on watch, Doctor.
Dr. Mountain.
No, Dr. Mouse, this Lieutenant Quinix. Commander Arif around?
Is Arif around?
What do you need, GQ?
Just making my regular check-in. We've had a walkabout. The food's okay. A lot of local security, drones, security cameras in the area. But there are a couple of, like I said, there are a couple of safe passages into the rendezvous spot that they can avoid those things. I'm going to guess that our contact's going to come through one of those. If they try to come through the front door, they're gonna get seen by somebody. Mood of the populace just seems meh. Best word I can give you for it. It's they don't seem to have a very well, I'll just put it this way, in this military uniform, I notice me and the others dress like me. Folks tend to give us a wide berth.
Did you find? Are you in the wrong district or something?
No, Doctor, we're right at the mountain. We're right at where we're supposed to be.
I meant for the dress you're wearing.
Ah, they might be a little overdressed. I look like any other government employee.
Maybe they're just afoul with the government folks.
The data file specifically says this is what a Kulathian woman who is engaged to a military officer would wear.
It is. It is appropriate pay. I just think most of the women we ran into are more working class females.
Whatever it is, it made me uneasy.
Well, I don't think they. I don't know. They seem to be looking down at you a little. All right. So one of the things I couldn't find, Commander, is public information kiosks or computer terminals or stores for buying the same. I could expand my search radius to see if I can find that, or in the morning I could test just how good these IDs are, and see if I can walk into one of the police stations, and use one of their terminals. It'd be a high risk proposition, but if you want me to do it, I can see if I can hack into their government network and see if I can track down.
I'll be honest, GQ, I don't want you to do that. That is a very high risk. We don't even know if there's a reward.
Well, beyond that, I don't have any access to their computer network unless I range further away from this building.
I'll be honest, the more I quite frankly see and hear of this place, the less entranced I am. I'm hoping the ambassador and the empress and people like them are going to be good harbingers of change, but for now, I'd say let's just concentrate on doing what we can to learn the best routes around the rendezvous point so we can make sure we have all our ducks in a row.
Well, I can send you the maps of the areas that I've ranged, and I've got some pretty good scans of the architecture of this temple. Might interest the anthropologists. We still got X hours, however many hours we have until the rendezvous.
That's fair, and I'll let you spend them as you see fit. However, uh, let's not do anything high risk, and certainly not without checking in first.
Yes, sir. And we're gonna bed down for the night here. If that's preferable too. I think every time we use the transporters, we take the chance of being discovered. So I think we're just gonna stay here. Won't be the first time I've slept on a hard floor.
The temple?
It's secure. No one's going in and out, so we won't be discovered. There are a couple of secret passages we can hold up in just in case security runs through here.
But
I will be comfortable, but it's not a hotel.
what about the spiders?
Well, I want to think we don't go into that particular side of the building. We can take turns sleeping and watching. I mean, you're not Starfleet, Faye, so I can't order you to do it. And you go back to the ship if you want, but it will increase our chances. It will increase our chance of getting caught. I assume. Unless you want to try to check into a hotel, which may or may not be a good idea.
I'll leave it up to your discretion. It's a hard surface, then it's a hard surface.
It's going to be a hard surface. Every time we use our IDs, a chance for discovery. I don't see any real gain from staying out in the community. What GM? What time of the day on the next day is our rendezvous?
Evening.
Well, maybe we can make ourselves comfortable and go out and get some breakfast tomorrow. We've got time to explore more of the city. Maybe we can see other parts tomorrow. Maybe we'll even find some parts where there'll be ladies dressed like you.
Charming.
So we're gonna go and look kind of based on the idea that this temple is mirrored on either side. Um, go here and see if there's another secret door in this room, similar to the one in the room on the other side.
Insight security difficulty 1. Kind of already know what you're looking for. Is just spotting
Yeah.
it.
Since we're up to full, I'm gonna go ahead and spend a momentum to get a third die and hope I don't need a reroll. Oh, look at that.
Gain 3 as Faye assists you. And
Okay.
yeah, you find seems like to be a theme,
Okay.
but it does slide open very slowly.
All right. Can I spend since I've got 2 float, can I spend to create an advantage that we can find a relatively secure place in the temple, like inside this secret area, that we can kind of clean the floor a little so we don't get our clothes horribly dirty.
It appears this part suffered a bit of cave-in.
That's not good. No leftover furniture or nothing in this place. Okay, well,
I would say we could go shopping, or if you would like to go, I can stay here and keep an eye out on things and get the blankets.
Perhaps could I see any shops like that, or I
Oh,
could get
it's commercial.
that?
There's all sorts of shops.
All right. Yeah, I'll leave Faye here and uh, go get that sort of thing. How do you feel?
2 momentum, and you can grab some stuff to be able to make a makeshift camp inside.
That sounds like a fair deal. I'll take it. And then, oh, in addition to that camp, like, can some like generic clothing come so we don't wrinkle, so Garibaldi doesn't wrinkle his uniform, and so the clothes that we're wearing don't look like we slept in them if we venture out the next day, kind of thing.
I would say part of it, yes, but we can roleplay the shopkeeper. What can I help you with, sir?
Well, I am looking for kind of moved brand new into the district, and I had to pack some stuff from the old residence. Basically, I need just temporary. I need some bedding and
Oh, sleepwear? Coming right
yes,
up. For yourself?
for myself and for my wife. She's gonna be able to describe size wise.
Of course, sir. Sure, we have something that will be amenable to such a noble Kulathian woman as herself. And he rushes off. He grabs some linens and things, and then sort of a set of pajamas for you. And a lady comes out and shows you some items for sleepwear.
Are
For
they
Faye.
are they modest items, or did I just wander into Victoria's Secret?
Fairly modest. They're on the silky end of things. I'll put it that way.
Huh? That'll be just fine until the rest of our baggage catches up with us. Ah, what a fine shop you have here.
And he kind of gives you a little, you know, so not like a salute, but a bow. My course, or my, of course, anything for the Empire.
And your excellent service is noted, as well as the quality of your goods.
Nothing but the finest, even in a district such as this.
Of course, but a district is what you make of it. I mean, you have concerns that the Empire can look into for you to make you more productive.
Oh, no trouble. This area is very secure, sir.
Good to hear. How much do I owe you, shopkeeper?
It's on the house. A gift, a welcoming home gift to the district.
You are most generous. Your generosity shall not be forgotten. Loyalty is always rewarded.
Please come back and see us again soon. And bring your lovely wife with you.
I shall. Thank you, good sir, ma'am, or whatever the honorific is.
It's a gentleman, and then he has like, you'd think maybe his wife or a worker for, because it's like a general store type thing. So, but they sell all sorts of like clothing and linens and stuff.
Well, with items acquired and pleasantries, Garibaldi will go back to their hidey hole.
You make it back up to the hidey hole. It's like, oh, well, at least we have blankets and something to cover up with. What is that?
What is what? Pajama. Sleepwear. We don't want to wander out around town tomorrow looking like we slept in our clothes.
She holds up sort of like the silky like dress sleepwear. She's like, really?
I took what the shopkeeper suggested. It is not to imply anything.
For
I
someone
may be-
as many lifetimes as you are, I would think you should. She's like, never mind. She just takes it and goes off somewhere else to change.
Garibaldi's going to change right where he's at.
As the happy couple settles in for the night, leave. Arif is still AFK. So, Doctor, what are you doing?
Like I said, I was researching as best as I can to find the new information that I got when I was measuring Arif's brain activity and seeing if that's a similar effect to Kulathian biology that I maybe didn't I get at least one scan from on Deep Space 17?
I'm going to say there is no correlation in that.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do to help my team.
You wanted to check on Vogel?
Ah, yes, I will. I'll go check on Vogel. I kind of put my hands in front of his eyes as I walk by. He seems to register in blank, but
Vogel, you wake to the sound of hearing your door chime. Is the audio not working now again? It's not working.
Yeah, I hear it.
I hear it.
I don't.
You might have clicked it 9 billion times.
I put it on repeat.
It's
It is on repeat.
yeah, it was repeating.
It's supposed to be. But yes, you wake up, hear the door chime, and your whole body aches and your head is pounding.
Knock, knock, knock. Sarah?
Enter.
I do. He stands in the doorway. How are you feeling? How's it going? Did you find anything?
I don't know yet.
You look tired. Tell me what's going on.
I don't know yet, Doctor. When I know something, I'll let you know.
Okay. Are you feeling well? Like a little rough around the edges.
We'll be fine, Doc.
We shall. Mind if I take a quick look at you?
I'm fine, Doctor.
All right. Well, let me know if you need anything. And I'll keep you up to date. The Garibaldi checked in, and they've scouted the city and got some food that's near the rendezvous point. And they'll check in tomorrow. I think tomorrow evening is the next rendezvous, and with the rendezvous starts. So he and Faye, I believe, are staying the night. So as far as we got from communication, Arif might remember more, but he's back into his programs.
He didn't disappear on you, did he?
No, thankfully. Yeah, at least registered that my hand was there. But yeah, I'm getting a little anxious and antsy. I'm not sure what to do with myself.
I think we're all starting to feel that.
Yeah, I'm not used to being out on mission. Not at least on an away mission. But how do you handle it? You seem to be doing all right, but this must be pretty rough after a while, especially with your family involved. He says, and he kind of looks away for a second.
Get through it 1 minute at a time.
I understand. I don't know. Are we doing the right thing? I mean, I know helping your sister is really important, and hopefully we can do that. But it feels like we're meddling in the middle of affairs of folks who desperately they need help one way or the other, but they have to ask for it. So I'm not sure. We're gonna do our best, I guess, and hope it works out. Do you have any idea why Arif chose to accept the Kulathians' request?
I'm only focused on my sister. What he worked out with the ambassador.
Yeah, but
The major.
you're second in command. You should have at least some insight. On a professional level, what do you assess his situation? At least briefly.
Have you talked to Arif about this?
Not directly. I'm sure it'll come up.
Because the only reason, because he would be the only one with the reason why we're helping in their civil war.
It must be good. But I don't know. I hope I can help you with your sister. But I'm not sure what I can do sitting here or standing here, as it were. You think they'll be able to detect us? I heard something, a report about whales or something.
That was many kilometers away. I think we're okay.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. I don't want to keep you. Why don't you take a rest? Check in a couple hours, I guess, or whenever you're ready, and go from there. Personal request, not official.
All right. Thanks,
See
Doc.
you later. Take care, sir.
All right, gonna speed things along a little bit here, but it is the next day. What is Garibaldi doing before the meeting? Yeah, I know. It's either that or, I mean, there's still technically 2 more scenes to go through, but we can stop here if you guys want to, or we could continue on for a little bit longer.
I think Garibaldi's gonna. I think Garibaldi and Faye. I mean, they're gonna go get eat. Uh, Maybe go to the local market and pick up stuff so that we can just hold that hole up for the rest of the day, um, and study the scans, study kind of the map scans of the area, looking for evaluating escape routes and things like that in case it goes bad. But generally, just keep a real low profile.
And what about on the Ranger?
I do apologize. I missed the last 10 or so minutes. What's
Not much happened. They just stayed the night. We're going to the next scene. It's either that or we stop for tonight, since we already have 4.5 hours in play session, unless you guys wish to continue, but it could take another half hour.
I'm willing to go with the group either way. That being said, Arif personally, I think he's for the most part probably intrigued by the uh connection of the Feel Good Entertainment Channel and the government sponsorship, and is probably kind of just uh I guess trying to see if there's any way possible to pursue that. And if not, just kind of thinking about it.
I mean, you would have to go to the state. You have to watch the station to kind of understand more about it. But
Which I don't think is a great idea to do, at least not this moment. Certainly not with everyone off ship.
Well, the doc's there, so he could watch over you and monitor you. And if anything goes weird from your sleep, then we could do that.
That's fair. Though I
Uh,
don't want to. I'm just kidding.
well, you're the most familiar.
You could analyze the broadcast signal for things like subliminal messaging.
Yeah, we
You
can.
can actually have to watch it to study it.
That's a fair point. That sounds
if you're
much
just going to
more.
study the channel without watching it, and reason plus I'm gonna go with medicine on this one. Difficulty of 2.
Shall I?
Is that me or you, Doc?
I mean, it would be me for medicine, but unless you do want to read it.
I mean, I heard medicine.
It's medicine.
I heard
I
medicine.
mean, I'll be honest, I'm curious. I definitely want in on it, but I don't necessarily
assist
feel
him.
like I need to.
Just
Yeah,
assist.
But you don't
Just
have to
roll-
be in the.
Reason medicine, difficulty 2, and one of you can assist if you're working together on it.
I'll take the lead and buy a dice for the momentum and imaging systems as a focus.
I'll take imaging systems as a focus.
All right. And an assist from Arif.
Get the
No,
momentum back. As
Reroll
you
that one.
study the channel,
I rerolled the 0.
okay, you capped. As you study the channel, it is a combination of subliminal imaging and hypnosis.
cool. Let's take some notes.
essentially there are gaps in the broadcast that places images and then sort of throws you into a trance and eventually into REM sleep, and you start feeling as if you're the character through sound and image manipulation.
I don't know why. Maybe it's Garibaldi leaking out on me, but I feel compelled to copy this data onto a private data pad for myself.
So you could watch the broadcast yourself and replay it, and
No, the information on the
How to do it.
dancing and the subliminal messaging.
all right. Anything else before we go to the meeting? I'm assuming who's going there? Is it just going to be Faye and Garibaldi, or is it going to be
Do we need anybody else there?
is anyone else showing up?
Thoughts on the matter is that no matter what, we're gonna need one person on the Ranger.
I have a good transporter operator.
Yeah, it should probably be two. It should be the doctor in the transporter room in case of emergency beam out, and probably
you
me on the
flying.
bridge to try to make a hasty escape in case things go sideways.
I'll be honest, Arif doesn't have a burning desire to attend that meeting. And his presence is at the actual rendezvous point is probably a liability if stuff goes south.
I mean, alternatively, I guess Vogel could go in your place.
Or we could just have Garibaldi and Faye take care of it.
You're gonna risk this to a lieutenant and a non-officer, commander.
Well, I don't think at this point, given what we're doing, I don't think rank means anything. I have as much faith in GQ as I do in you, Doc, and same with Sarah over here. As to Faye, that is certainly the unexpected piece of the puzzle. I'll be honest, if it were a perfect world, I don't think that she's the optimal choice for being at that meeting. But at the same time, she happens to be there.
Given the time is and how much we're talking about a lot of issues, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the game. For it to be continued. It is a two-parter anyway. So
That sounds like a good idea.